Good morning. Distinguished guests here in our auditorium and online, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural Cato Social Security Symposium. My name is Romina Baccia, and I'm the Director of Federal Budget and Entitlement Policy here at the Cato Institute. Today we're gathered to deliberate on one of the most pressing issues of this decade, reforming Social Security. As the program's trustees reminded us earlier this week, legislative inaction will trigger a severe benefit cut by 2033. Our discussions today are informed by a global perspective, and while we will explore a variety of proposals, please don't take any comments by our speakers or moderators as specific policy endorsements. Cato is excited to share with you that we're in the process of building our own in-house Social Security model, which we'll leverage over the coming year to propose and score a comprehensive Social Security reform plan. The discussions today and over the coming months will inform our policy considerations and will be captured in a book for posterity. More on that soon. We're privileged to have with us today Senator Bill Cassidy, who has advanced a commendable bipartisan approach to addressing the challenges facing Social Security. His collaboration with Senator Angus King has been pivotal in bringing this issue to the forefront of our national discourse. Senator Cassidy's initiative, the Bill on the Hill video series, has been instrumental in raising public awareness about the potential benefit cuts that Social Security beneficiaries might face. And lastly, his inquiries to U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and his appeals to President Biden underscore the Senator's dedication to finding sustainable solutions for America's retirement system across party lines. Here at the Cato Institute, our mission is to originate, disseminate, and advance solutions based on the principles of individual liberty, limited government, free markets, and peace. Today's symposium aligns with that commitment by seeking to foster Social Security solutions that enable an American society that is freer, happier, and more prosperous. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Senator Cassidy.
Thank you all for considering this. I was just at breakfast with a gentleman from the EU. And we're talking about many things, and he goes, but what about your debt? The Europeans are concerned about our debt. The global south cannot borrow money because our interest rates are sucking up capital worldwide, making it more difficult for the global south to develop. A function of our debt. And Social Security and other entitlements are a major part of that. The key thing, though, is that these are so important that we've got to do something. And by the way, you can always come up with a solution, just cut the benefits, or just raise the taxes. Politically, both are non-starters. Just not going to happen. So what we did with our effort was attempt to look at the fundamentals and to come up with a different way to approach, take care of some other issues along the way, and in 5 minutes, I'm going to give it to you all. First, when the actuaries say that the trust fund will be insolvent in 9 years, what does that mean? Well, we've paid, you know this, but for context, there is excess dollars paid in some years. It goes into a trust fund. And ideally, that trust fund would have been invested in something with high yield. It has been put into treasuries and into cash. Think about that. They bought a lot of treasuries at 1, 2, and 4, and 5% interest, and now we're in a high inflation environment. So, if you will, the 1% treasury is losing value in this high inflation environment. If you will, that trust fund is the Silicon Valley Bank of pension funds with a maturity risk all related to interest rates. So we've missed that opportunity. We have a big idea though, recognizing that the investment strategy of the trust fund has not really contributed. In fact, it's been negative for the financial health of Social Security. What we have proposed instead is what we call the big idea, is to set up a trust fund, an investment fund, separate from the Social Security Trust Fund. Here's Social Security Trust Fund. We set up an investment fund over here, and we, over 5 years, fund it with $1.5 trillion. Well, you could borrow that money. You could sell a government asset. Former President Trump says he would help Social Security by developing more oil and gas resources. Frankly, that would be a way to fund this over 10 years. But you put that 1.5 trillion and you allow it to grow. Now, as you allow it to grow, the rule of 72, and I'm going to, get over my skis in a second, but I think it's every 72 months the amount doubles or something like that. It grows up, and if you don't touch it, if you let all the dividends come back, you go up and it looks like a martini glass. Around year 60, it just begins to blossom out. And it ends up addressing 70% of the unfunded accrued liability plus the borrowing cost. It is incredibly powerful if you do this. Now, by the way, one problem with our current law is that when the Social Security trust fund becomes insolvent, benefits are cut to match income. That'll be a 21% cut in benefits that will double the rate of poverty among the elderly. Another part of our proposal is that we repeal that portion of the law and we borrow money in the interim. So when I say that this trust fund offsets 70%, it is offsetting the unfunded accrued liability, but also the borrowing costs required to fund that. So some don't like that. They say, oh, you should just cut benefits. You should just raise taxes. Eat your spinach. Politically, that will never fly. And I tell folks, you may not like my solution, our solution, but it's a little bit like foreign policy. You're choosing between the least bad option. I said that once to a former Democratic high-ranking official who was kind of nitpicking with our proposal. And I said to him, it's like foreign policy. You pick the least worst option. And it was like an epiphany. He goes, you're right. One side doesn't want to raise taxes. In fact, neither side does. One side does not want to cut benefits, and indeed, neither side does. So the only way we're going to get there is if the lion's share of what our obligation is by another mechanism. Let me finish with this. Global perspective. Every other well-funded pension fund around the world has this strategy. There are 8 pension funds in Canada, and they were all belly up about 20 years ago. And they're all firmly in the black now because they adopted this strategy of an investment fund principally investing in the United States of America, and since they've had about a 10.5 rate of return in each of their funds. The federal government has done this with the Railroad Retirement Pension Fund, which under George W. Bush, because, sounds familiar, more retirees and fewer workers, they put in a system in which the proceeds in the Railroad Retirement Pension Fund were invested in the market, and with that investment, they are now firmly in the black. The Norwegians do this. I could go around the world on a global perspective and say that everybody else does it, but the Social Security retirement system. But we're not going to do the trust fund itself. We're going to set up a parallel fund. I thank you for considering the issue. You'll have speakers today who may have heard about our proposal, and some will be critical, and some will be hopefully laudatory. But I finish by saying this is the least bad option. If we're going to do something, it has to be something which can pass the United States Congress and be signed into law. And just before, we at one point had 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans, as well as House members on both parties that were willing to go public in support of our proposal. And then Biden came out in his State of the Union, and we had briefed the White House on 4 different occasions. And then Biden came out on his State of the Union speech 2 years ago, attacked Republicans on social. As we walk off the floor, one of my Democratic colleagues said the deal's off, he's running for re-election on social. We need more responsibility than that. And this conference is about creating an atmosphere where responsibility is actually expected as opposed to avoided. Thank you.
With us today.
Thank you.
Shall we?
That's it. I immediately sat in the wrong place.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Véronique de Rugy. I'm the George Gibbs Chair of Political Economy at the Cato Center at George Mason University. I am stepping in this morning to replace Romina, who is herself stepping in for Robert O'Quinn, who unfortunately has gotten ill and can't make it today. I'm delighted to actually, moderate this panel this morning, this first panel, with Andrew Biggs and with Romina. So let me get my act together and read from introduce our panel. So Andrew Biggs is very well known in the world of Social Security. He's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and he has served at the Social Security Administration and the White House National Economic Council. If you want to read more, there's so much more. You can go and read his bio online. Romina Boccia is the Director of Budget and Entitlement Policy here at the Cato Institute. She's also the organizer of this entire event. So thank you, Romina. So let's get us started. The theme of this panel is U.S. Social Security and OECD retirement system, a comparison. So Andrew, I'm going to turn to you first and ask you, can you please set the stage first for the situation for our social security system here in the U.S. and maybe also kind of give us like a few points as to how you would define the system, since we're going to be talking about world comparison or global comparison.
Sure, that's actually the latter point is a good one to make, because often the phrase Social Security in other countries means something. Often it refers to your broader social welfare system. Here in the U.S., it refers to what's called the Old Age Survivors and Disability Trust Funds, if I'm getting that correctly. It provides retirement, survivors, and disability benefits to eligible workers and to their families. When we talk about Social Security, mostly the focus is on the retirement program, which is the largest component of the Social Security system. That program, it's essentially a pay-as-you-go program which taxes workers a 12.4% tax on wages, split evenly between the worker and their employer. That goes into the Social Security program, and the vast majority of it goes straight out the door to pay benefits. Benefits are based on a very complex formula that replaces some portion of your pre-retirement earnings. But the key issue is if you have a pay-as-you-go program, the math of it is really quite simple, but it depends crucially on the level of benefits you're promising and upon the ratio of workers to beneficiaries. If you have more people paying in, fewer collecting, as we did in the past, the program is very affordable. But as that demographic flips, when you go from 5 workers per retiree to 3 to, by the 2030s, we'll have a little over 2, simply the math, the burden of funding those benefits is divided up among fewer workers, and so the cost goes up and up and up. As Senator Cassidy was saying, beginning in about 10 years, Social Security's trust funds will run out. At that point, the law dictates that the system be balanced by reducing benefits. Essentially, benefits will be cut across the board for new and old beneficiaries, for retirees, survivors, the disabled, and that is the default position of the program. The question is, how do we address that in a more rational way, not just to make Social Security solvent, but to make Social Security work better for the people of this country?
So in this context, what is your idea or your theory about what the role of government should be in addressing that need? Or what should the government role be in retirement security, if any?
Sure, that's a great question, because the role of government, as we know, is a philosophical question. As I said to Vero in the green room this morning, I don't care what France does, which may be a little bit insulting.
Not to me.
But the point there is that it's coming from a different philosophical viewpoint about the relative roles of government and households in the private sector. What I think is more interesting when I think about the U.S. Social Security program and retirement income provision in general in an international context is thinking about how U.S. Social Security compares to what goes on in other Anglo countries, the U.S. or UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. These are countries that are, by and large similar to the United States in our general philosophy, the mixed economy between government and households. But the interesting thing is most other Anglo countries do things differently than the way we do it in the United States. If you look at other Anglo countries, their old age programs are much more focused on reducing poverty in old age, so they provide a stronger safety net than we do here in the U.S. At the same time, they provide much less generous benefits for middle and high income retirees. Just an example, if you look at the maximum benefit for Social Security this year, which for a single person would be about $48,000, that is 2 to 3 times more generous than what you'd receive in Canada or the UK or Australia or New Zealand. So we have a system that is really not as good at preventing poverty in old age as other countries, which is, to me, clearly a role for government.
So is it because it's a universal system that everyone benefits and then?
The reason for it in the U.S. is that Social Security is an earnings-based system, that people have an earned benefit. And that was sort of for a political reason. At the time Social Security came out, there was the viewpoint that a program that was excessively generous to low-income people and didn't pay much to higher-income people would not be politically saleable. So they constructed a program that is earnings-based. The more you pay in, the more you get out. It's progressive, but it is based on your earnings and your contributions. The problem with that, though, from the point of view of a social insurance program for the elderly, is if you didn't have many earnings during your working career, you're not going to get a very high benefit in retirement. So we have no minimum benefit. I think around 20% or so of seniors receive a Social Security benefit that's below the poverty line. At the same time, this earnings-based system means we're paying, by international comparisons, extremely high benefits to high earners. What you're doing there is you're charging them a higher tax rate than maybe you need to in order to provide higher benefits than they really need. And in doing that, the higher tax is discouraging labor supply. The higher benefits are discouraging savings. So a lot of what goes on for middle and high income seniors, it's this political economy argument, but it really makes very little sense from a policy point of view.
So did I understand you that, you think the role of government in the context of Social Security and retirement is retirement security for lower income people, and we don't do very well on that front?
Precisely. Government has a place, but government needs to know its place. Government is good at redistributing to people. It should do that. But it is not good at pre-funding pensions. Around the world, governments are very poor at actually funding their pension systems. Leave that to households in the private sector, which in the U.S. have done an extremely good job of it.
So one of the many things ideas that have been floated in order to fix Social Security, at least the finance side, is to encourage labor participation for seniors, which would increase the tax base effectively. So first, what do you think of this idea, and which to the extent that you think it's something that should be done? And I assume you believe that solving this problem is not it's going to require a lot of things. So, but if this is part of the steps that needs to be taken, how do we do that?
Sure. Well, as I said before, with a pay-as-you-go program like Social Security, the number of workers paying in matters crucially. If we can encourage people to have longer work lives, that increases the number of workers and helps your finances. The problem with the Social Security program is the benefit formula penalizes work past retirement. If you claim benefits later, say I'll retire at 62 but don't claim benefits until 65, there is an actuarial adjustment for that. But if instead of retiring, I keep working from 62 to 63 to 64 and so on, I did some work when I was at the Social Security Administration and found most people receive almost no additional benefits for their additional tax payments.
And the tax penalty is quite heavy too, right?
This depends on how, that's a claiming decision. But
Okay.
let me just focus on the sort of the contribution side here, that you're paying 12% of your earnings into the program. If you're receiving a benefit back from that, if you say, okay, I'm paying 12% in, but I'm earning benefits, then the disincentive effects of the tax are not so bad. You see it as a contribution, not as a tax. But for people who are 62 years old or in that age range, almost all of that 12.4% tax is essentially a pure tax. You don't get anything back for it. These are people, so that would discourage work in any context, but these are people who precisely have the ability to do something else. They can retire. So these are people who are most sensitive to tax rates. And so what I've argued for is lowering the payroll tax rate on Social Security at those ages, which some other countries do, to encourage people to work longer. Now that will cost Social Security some money, but it will also, they will continue to pay federal income taxes, they'll continue to pay Medicare payroll taxes, they'll continue to pay state income taxes. The work that's been done, and it finds that's roughly revenue neutral, believe it or not, but it encourages more work, raises your economy, increases those people's retirement security. So I think that's one facet of what we can do, not just to help Social Security, but also improve retirement security overall.
How does this compare to raising the retirement age?
Raising the retirement age, currently the retirement age this year, I think this year turns 67. If you raise the retirement age by a year, all that means is it's essentially a 7% across the board benefit cut, regardless of when you retire. When we talk about the Social Security retirement age, it's not the first age at which you can retire. It is simply a calibrated point in the benefit formula. If we set the retirement age later, it simply means you're going to receive lower benefits at any age at which you do retire. Now, when I've outlined plans for Social Security, I've not included an increase in the retirement age because I think if you do other policies, you don't have to do it. At the same time, I will be surprised if an eventual fix doesn't include it because it is a way of reducing benefits. It is a way of encouraging people to work longer. And in general, Congress is so uncreative in their solutions for Social Security, they're going to have to fall back on things like raising the retirement age, reducing cost of living adjustments, because they leave so many other options off the table.
And so finally, how does this compare to raising taxes, which is on the table, even though apparently no one wants it?
Sure, nobody wants to raise Social Security taxes. I mean, there are most of the proposals from congressional Democrats on Social Security. Literally, these will be the largest peacetime tax increases in history. They're very large tax increases, particularly on high earners, particularly on essentially raising the top rate on earned income by 12 percentage points, raising capital gains and investment tax rates by 12 percentage points. At the same time, when congressional Democrats had the chance to push these plans forward early in the Biden administration, they didn't, because they understand that it's unpopular. The way I view this from a policy standpoint is, again, thinking about the level of benefits we are paying to middle and high income retirees today. If you had two middle earners retiring today, they would receive close to $60,000 in combined benefits before they touched a penny of their own savings. That's 3 times the poverty line they would be at before they relied on their savings at all. If you raise taxes to pay higher benefits, as I said before, the tax side discourages labor supply because people view the Social Security tax as a tax rather than a contribution, and paying higher benefits displaces retirement savings they would otherwise do. And I think the evidence on that side is pretty clear. If you think about the strength of your economy depends on the amount of labor and the amount of capital, raising taxes for Social Security is going to discourage both of those sides. I will not be shocked in any way if an eventual fix includes a tax increase, but we should be, again, because the Congress leaves so many other options off the table, but I think it should be done less rather than more.
So let's take a global perspective. What are other OECD member countries doing to address the aging of the population that they too face?
I think I would make 2 points in this regard. And first, I think mostly in terms of the other Anglo countries, again, because I think the values and the political economic systems are similar to ours. All of them focus their resources much more on low earners, much less on high earners. I mean, it really is a distinct difference between what you have in the United States. But you have a political difference as well. And the U.S. political system is one of divided power between the House of Representatives and the Senate. In the Senate, generally, you need 60 votes out of 100 to pass anything. Then it has to be passed or signed by the president. Then, the way we are, it'd probably end up in the Supreme Court. It is very, very hard to enact serious legislation here in the U.S. These other countries, Anglo countries, are parliamentary systems. It is much, much easier for them to do that. And one result of that is that other countries have tended to be much more proactive in addressing their pension problems, looking at the finances of their systems, looking to improve retirement savings on the household side. We have done nothing on Social Security literally for 40 years, despite knowing throughout that period that the system faced a long-term gap. So when it's difficult politically to enact reforms, I mean, I worked in the Bush White House in 2005, where we controlled the White House and both houses of Congress and didn't come close to enacting reform. If it's difficult to do that, the temptation is always to kick the can down the road. Say, I'm not going to handle that, I'll do something else, and we'll just ignore it. The problem is, if you ignore a problem like Social Security for 40 years, I remember when I was working in this building at Cato, we looked at a 75-year funding gap for Social Security, and it was something around $3 trillion. We said, oh, that's so much money. Today it's $22 trillion. Most of that is simply because we failed to address the problem.
So it's funny, I have 2 points. So when I worked here, during the war in Iraq, there was a request for a supplemental funding of $87 billion for the war, which seems so small compared to whatever they are asking now each time anyone coughs anywhere in the world. And I remember being on TV saying, you don't understand, like, we have to prune the budget now because in 25 years, the Social Security Trust Fund, I mean, we've been saying the same thing for a while, and now it does really feel really close. But the second point is, I've heard President Bush actually said, and I think he wrote it in his book, that if he believes, I don't know if it's, I know he believes it, I don't know if it's correct politically, but if he had tackled immigration first, he would have actually, he believed, been able to do immigration and Social Security.
It's possible. I know in his book he expressed, regret over the failure to enact Social Security reform. When I look back at that, I think makes me a heterodox conservative. I think he should have done Social Security reform before he did a tax cut, because Social Security reform is going to cost money, and if you have resources available, I think that's the better use. I think the framing of it, we were overly technical. Excuse me, and how we talked about it. I think you have to speak to people in plain English and talk about policy goals, such as preventing poverty, that people can understand. At the time, working in the National Economic Council, I had people from Capitol Hill calling and saying, we have no idea what you're talking about. And so Social Security has a technical aspect to it, but the goals are things that ordinary people can understand. We're going to guarantee you're not retiring into poverty. At the same time, we're going to tell middle and upper income people they're going to have to save some more for retirement, and we're going to facilitate doing that. That's understandable. Actuarial formulas are not. So, but one of the lessons from the Bush reform, which you can now see, is you don't get these chances very often. I mean, that's almost 20 years ago. And since then, you now have some discussions on the Hill, but if an effort fails, that really does scare people off from it. So you have to think very carefully about how you frame it and how you go about it.
I have a last question before I turn to Romina, which is which OECD country retirement system do you find compelling and should inspire us to look at?
I'm going to hedge, and I'm going to give you 2 examples. One is New Zealand, and the other is Australia. And I think they're both systems, but they give different ways of going about it. Both New Zealand and Australia essentially offer what is a flat dollar benefit to all retirees. And so everybody gets the same benefits. So you have a stronger element of poverty protection, but it's less generous at the middle and the top end. The way they differ, I think, illustrates some core policy sort of problems or decisions to make. The New Zealand retirement benefit is not means tested, which means everybody gets it, and it's subject to taxation, but there's no means test against it. What that means is that savings on top of that program, household retirement savings, can essentially be voluntary. They do have supplementary accounts that people are automatically enrolled in, but they don't have to require you to do it. Australia, by contrast, has a means-tested benefit. Now that makes it substantially cheaper, because if you have retirement savings on top of that, they will reduce your benefit. The problem is, at that point, retirement savings on top of the government benefit can't be voluntary, because otherwise you will have a moral hazard problem. You'll be playing one benefit against the other. So Australia requires that every employee be provided with a workplace retirement plan, and their employer must contribute to it. So in a sense, by having more compulsion on the private side, they can have a cheaper and I think probably more effective program on the public side. New Zealand says, well, our government benefit is going to be a bit more expensive, but then you don't have to have compulsion of our private savings. It's not immediately clear to me which is superior, but they do give different viewpoints on how you might go about things.
So Romina, you organized this whole event. Yeah. So can you kind of actually tell us what you were thinking about? Why is it you think that it's so important to actually have a global perspective and look at what other countries are doing or not doing in order to solve their own old age retirement issues? And so what was your thinking?
There's this sense in the United States, and I think it's very much deserved, that we are a unique and exceptional country. But there are also lots of similarities in terms of the policy goals that other countries have for their public pension programs. And I think it's also particularly informative that many OECD countries have much older populations than the United States has today. So it is a good idea to see what have other countries done who have faced similar challenges as we have in terms of demographic changes with an aging population, declining fertility rates. We can look at examples of how other countries have handled those challenges, and also it gives us case studies for which policy reforms ended up working as intended, which ended up backfiring, what are key changes that policymakers in the United States should consider as we're reforming the Social Security program. I think it's very interesting to, there's this misconception that the United States is far less generous than are, for example, many European countries in providing benefits for their populations, both retired and not yet retired. And that is simply not true. As Andrew pointed out, the United States has some of the highest benefits for the highest income earners. And I think it's critical to compare that with other countries, especially when we have those misconceptions. For example, in the UK, the maximum benefit for a two-earner couple is closer to about $35,000 a year, which aligns more with, bringing people above the poverty level, but not paying them excess benefits to a degree that it undermines their incentives to work and save. Whereas in the United States, if you look at the actual maximum benefit, where people who are higher earning, tend to have higher life expectancies, can afford to wait until 70 to collect the highest Social Security benefit possible under the system, a two-earner high earning couple could collect almost $120,000 a year. I find that is very excessive. And so I think it's useful to do this comparative analysis to get at those differences. Another key aspect I think we're going to hear more about in later panels today is countries that have adopted marginal triggers that kick in at regular intervals in order to match up revenues with outflows based on how their systems are funded. So if you have a pre-funded system, as you have in some countries like Australia, you can diversify your population risk in the sense that if you invest some of those funds in the marketplace, especially you can also invest in the United States, for example, which has been growing more rapidly than most other countries have. So you can tap into growth and innovation in other countries to help you finance your retirement benefits today. If you have a pay-as-you-go system that relies solely on your own domestic population in order to finance current benefits, you're going to get stuck with your demographic situation. And so those are some of the aspects where I want US lawmakers not just to make the kind of tweaks that we saw in 1983, raise taxes a little bit, maybe expand the base of what the payroll taxes apply to, make a tweak in the retirement age, but otherwise don't change the program in any fundamental way. I think it is time, with Social Security turning 90 next year, to look at a more transformative way of changing the program, to make structural changes to capture key policy goals of providing that promise that Roosevelt made of providing some measure of protection against poverty in old age. And I want to make a small correction, and I forgive you because I know you've been traveling and only got in at 3 in the morning. But the program is actually called, and I think this is important, Old Age and Survivors Insurance. And then there's the disability insurance program, but we're talking about the old age and survivors insurance. So the important question is, what are we insuring against? And if we're insuring against poverty, the US system does something far in excess of that.
Yeah. So the World Bank offers a framework for thinking about retirement security systems. Can you give us briefly, can you describe the 4 pillars of this framework?
Yes, I think it's a really good framework to compare other countries across similar measures. So they call it the 4-pillar framework, but it actually is technically 5 pillars because it starts with a 0 pillar, and that would be your anti-poverty benefit. So in the United States, you might think of the Supplemental Security Income Program in that context. And then the first pillar is your government scheme. So that would roughly be the Social Security program in the United States. It's mandatory, funded by taxes. Everyone gets something. This is where the government goes beyond poverty protection to say, we know best what you need in order to retire, and we don't trust you to make your own consumption smoothing decisions over your lifetime. So we are going to force you to have a certain amount of income because, we think you can't do it yourself. And I think that maybe made sense at a different time. Again, Social Security is almost 90 years old now, but we've seen so many developments and innovations in the financial sector that make it so much easier for average people, without having to be financially sophisticated, to save for their own retirement. Features like auto-enrollment in private sector plans, target date retirement funds, and a broad scope of index funds that are very low cost, where you don't have to be an economist or financially savvy, and you can automatically save and end up, for many people, with $1 million or more in retirement. But according to the World Bank, this voluntary saving is their 3rd pillar. I question the way that they structure their pillars. I think it shows a bias towards government. But continuing here, the 2nd pillar would be mandatory savings or occupational schemes. Many countries have a combination of those. In Australia, that would be, for example, the superannuation fund. And then the 4th pillar would be any other assets that people might draw on for their retirement, like a reverse mortgage, passive income from rental properties, family support. So again, 5 pillars. 0 is poverty benefit level. 1st pillar, mandatory government scheme. 2nd pillar, mandatory savings or occupational schemes. 3rd, voluntary retirement savings like 401k. And 4th, any other assets that people might draw upon. And if I may, I'd love to ask Andrew to just briefly talk about the way in which the United States does, especially this 3rd pillar. From my reading of the OECD Pensions at a Glance report, it seems like the United States has a very extensive third pillar of voluntary savings that goes beyond what most OECD nations have.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle. If you compare the U.S. to other developed countries, our Social Security benefits on average don't seem as generous, and this comes down to some measurement issues that they have. But if you look at private retirement savings in the U.S., they're very, 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 very high. Retirement plan assets as a percentage of GDP in the U.S. are essentially twice the OECD average. It's interesting, if you remember a couple of years ago when you had riots in France when they were talking about raising the retirement age.
You have to be more precise.
Two.
Those happen all the time.
Sorry, the precise retirement, the precise riots in France, but it was about raising the retirement age by 2 years, and you can, and part of the problem is they just left the reforms too late. But another aspect of the problem is if you look at retirement savings in the U.S., they're equal to 125% of GDP or thereabouts. In France, it was something like 12%. So this was a much more existential issue for French seniors because they had less to turn to. Retirement savings in the U.S., I mean, people who know me will know, he's going to get started on this, but it's retirement savings in the U.S. outside of Social Security have increased dramatically. From the time of traditional defined benefit pensions, which there was never a time when more than 40% of private sector workers had one. Then you switch to defined contribution plans. Now 70% of employees in the private sector are offered a plan at work. Contributions have increased, assets have increased in every age, income, educational, racial category. Retirement savings are at a record level really across the board. Retirement incomes are at record levels, poverty in old age is at record lows. And what this is getting at is that we really have this two stories here. That while the Social Security side has been neglected for 40 years and the unfunded liabilities have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, households have increased their savings dramatically. They're not just saving more, they're working later in life, claiming Social Security later in life. This gets to, I think, a really key political economy question, which is if you look around the world, or to be honest, if you look around the United States, not just Social Security, but state and local government pensions, the government plans are always underfunded. It's just, as day follows night, politicians will promise things without paying for them. Now, I know if you, on the private or the household side, especially if you go back 10 or 15 years, you have all the discussions of behavioral economics and how people don't do the right thing. And I grant a lot of that is correct. At the end of the day, though, the incentives for an individual, for a household, go in the right direction. If I don't save enough for retirement, I am the person who suffers from that. And so the incentives say I should save, and by and large, Americans do save. The problem, the real retirement crisis, to foreshadow my upcoming book, is all on the government side. And I'm not saying this is an anti-government person. I'm just saying if you look at the numbers, it's literally all on the government side. So we really have a success story on retirement alongside what I think is really very, very poor stewardship of the federal government's largest program. I mean, I take Senator Cassidy's point, which says we don't want to raise taxes or cut benefits, but guess what? Those are your choices. And, I don't like the law of gravity. I still have to obey it. The law of Social Security finances, you either have to have more money going in or less money coming out.
Let me ask you this. While you were talking about private savings, effectively, I was just wondering, what is the literature saying on Social Security creating disincentive impact on savings? And also Social Security, I was thinking about this during the first question, impact on labor.
Okay. The savings part, if you go back to, this is the 70s, there is a very influential article by the Harvard economist Marty Feldstein, which is arguing that Social Security displaces private savings. And in a sense, that's obvious. At the low end, a lot of low earners will not save for retirement for a variety of reasons. But at the middle and high end, people should, in theory, view them as substitutes. And that was, controversial for quite some time. But I think more, recently, over the past 20 years or so, you've had studies that have looked at how household savings have changed in the presence of changes to countries' Social Security programs. And unfortunately, because we have not reformed Social Security in the U.S., it's hard to get those clean experiments. But there have been these studies done in other countries, and it basically confirms low earners don't take Social Security into account, but high earners, middle earners, educated people, financially literate people do. And the upshot of this is if you look at the accrued Social Security benefits, which is benefits people have earned but have not been paid out yet, that is somewhere north of $40 trillion. Let's assume half of that would have otherwise been saved by people lacking Social Security. That's an extra $20 trillion of national savings. That is not a small amount of money. So in that case, again, this points towards Social Security should be there for people who can't save on their own, who wouldn't save on their own. They're myopic or they're not financially literate. But at the higher end, you are looking at fairly close substitutes, and I don't see why you would want to excessively provide benefits through a tax and transfer scheme that reduces labor supply and savings versus voluntary savings where people view it as a contribution, as deferred compensation, and where that builds the capital stock. Obviously, this is related to the effects of Social Security on labor supply. Again, we don't have clean experiments, but if you think of people close to retirement, I think there you're clearly having an effect because the incremental gains to working, contributing to Social Security are tiny, and yet you can turn around and just get your benefit instead. So I think in that sense, particularly around retirement age, it probably does have an effect. Not as bad as in some other countries where they really were pushing people out of the labor force. But I think Social Security could do a better job on that front.
And I'd love to bring in a political economy angle to this as well, because in theory, Social Security benefits are at least in part pre-funded. What I mean by that is leading up until 2010, the Social Security program was actually collecting more in payroll taxes than was necessary to pay out in benefits. And so it accumulated roughly a $3 trillion trust fund at this stage, and has been drawing from that since 2010, 2011. And the trust fund is what's going to run out by 2033. However, as many of us are aware, the trust fund is really, it's an accounting mechanism. There's no real assets. So it's quite a misnomer to call it a trust fund. I like to call it an accounting ledger, because we're basically just keeping track of what was supposed to be allocated towards Social Security. But what really happened is that those payroll taxes ended up in the general revenue pot at the Treasury and were spent on whatever the United States was funding, whether it was emergency spending, stimulus during the Great Recession, war efforts, or the expansion and addition of new government programs, like, for example, the Medicare Part D benefit. And so the political economy angle that I want to bring in is that during that time when we basically had surpluses in Social Security and that money was redirected towards other programs, I think it's reasonable to assume that that fueled the growth in government, because you didn't have to tax your population as much at that time because you had those surpluses you could then start new government benefit programs with. But that also leaves us, any new program that gets started is likely to continue. I mean, the history of the federal government repealing, especially benefit programs, you'd be hard-pressed to find an example of where that's ever happened. So we're kind of facing this double whammy now, where we were trying to prepare for the aging of U.S. society and the baby boomers entering the Social Security program by pre-funding benefits, but because those benefits were not actually, those taxes weren't set aside for those beneficiaries, it likely fueled the growth in government. And now the double whammy is that we have a bigger government that we have to sustain with a very low tax base, because the United States likes to, as you said, Veronique, last night at dinner, spend as if it's a European country, but tax at a much, much lower rate. And at the same time, we're going through this bubble of the baby boomers entering Social Security in large droves, which is causing the shortfall in that program. But if we look at the the broader federal budget, I think that we really hurt ourselves by fueling the growth in government without making provision to pay for it, not just in Social Security, but also the general budget more broadly.
Am I correct that I still have about 8 minutes?
You have until 10:15.
Okay. I was a little confused here. But so let me ask actually what you think about, so countries like Australia and New Zealand, and I know New Zealand's going to be on the panel, someone talking about New Zealand. So they have reserve funds that invest in assets beyond their respective government's debt securities. So what do you think about this idea of investing in private equity and non-US security bonds?
Yeah, so, in theory it sounds nice, like you're actually setting aside revenues, you're investing them in the market. We know that if the economy grows, the market will create a return, and then you can use that to fund some of your benefits. But in practice, if you've been paying any attention to efforts to, say, undermine ESG efforts or promote ESG efforts, there's also been a lot of pressure on public pensions to divest from certain funds, whether it's oil and gas or whatever is politically unpopular at the moment. If you have the US federal government become a major shareholder in the stock market, that will almost certainly create distortions. And I don't think we want politicians to throw their weight around when it comes to the capitalist engine of this country, which produces so much growth, innovation, increases in living standards, all of the things that make America a global leader, that you could really undermine that if you allow for a greater role of political involvement in that marketplace. So it's worked in some countries, but especially with political polarization, I would be extremely concerned of the government playing such a large role in how capital is allocated towards the private sector. And I think you have some thoughts on this as well.
Maybe I could hit on maybe a subtler point that went back to your previous comment, that I agree that when Social Security was running surpluses from the 1980s until about 2010, those surpluses, while credited to the Social Security trust funds, were effectively spent. And I think part of the problem was that they were invested in sort of non-tradable intragovernmental securities. In other words, borrowing from Social Security could be, the federal government could borrow from these Social Security surpluses in ways that didn't increase the unified budget surplus, which is our most common measure of surplus. It also didn't increase the publicly held national debt. So in the way that accounting was set up was in such a way that would encourage the government to borrow and encourage them to either tax less or spend more than they otherwise would have. If you took those funds and instead invested them outside the federal government process, put them in corporate bonds, for instance, or put them in bonds of some foreign country, that would have gotten around those accounting problems and left us what I would call a real asset, meaning assets from outside of the government to help pay for Social Security benefits. Now that is something which I think is meaningful, but it's not something that on paper helps fix Social Security. What we talk about with private investment for Social Security is just a play off the risk premium for holding stocks. It is saying instead of holding bonds, we should hold stocks, and even we should borrow to hold stocks. And in general, if it's not a good idea for an individual preparing for retirement to borrow to invest in the stock market, and hint, it's not, then I don't think it's a good idea for the federal government to do it. But at the federal level, it's a little bit easier to play these things out in the sense of, let's say Social Security in 2000 cost 4% of GDP, today it's 5% of GDP. In the future, it'll be 6% of GDP. Now, if you're going to pay full promise benefits, it means we're taking a larger share of that GDP to pay benefits. Now, in a certain sense, it doesn't matter how you get it. You could get it through a payroll tax. If you essentially, say we're going to have the government buy stocks to do it, okay, well then through our income taxes, you're purchasing assets, that's going to come out of the economy. The key thing is, unless you're doing a real investment in the economy, your future GDP isn't going to be any bigger. If you simply borrow on one side to invest on another, it doesn't change the size of the, sort of the economic pie in the future. You're not changing the amount of that pie allocated to seniors. So really the economic burden on working age people isn't changed at all. It is purely a financing play. There's nothing in the underlying economics of it. On the other hand, though, to be honest, if you were to scale down benefits over time for middle and upper income people, you say, how are they going to react? Well, they're going to work longer, and they're going to save more. Those are two things that do increase the size of the economic pie. So I think it's worth thinking about how this is going to play out kind of at the macro end. I completely understand the political considerations of it. Going back to, say, what Bill Clinton proposed, taking part of these budget surpluses, investing them in the stock market, in retrospect, I might have gone with that. These dangers, when they clearly are dangerous notwithstanding, because it would have set aside some of those surpluses, which were subsequently not set aside. So it's not optimal, but when it gets to something where it's purely a financing play, of borrowing to invest, it doesn't strike me as doing anything for you.
So we only have 3 minutes left, and so very quickly, I know I'm looking at Jason Fichtner here, and so I'm thinking of him when I'm asking this question. Should we means test Social Security? And the reason why I'm thinking of Jason is because he's told me so many times that we're already means testing Social Security. Maybe you can explain this. Should we means test Social Security to basically weight more towards the poverty side? And if we do, should we do what other countries are doing, which is have a flat rate income support?
My answer on that would be, first, I think we probably will end up doing some means testing or more means testing of Social Security simply because we'll be desperate for money. But second, I am okay with means testing Social Security. This goes back to the discussion of Australia versus New Zealand. If you are either strongly facilitating or, in fact, requiring that people save retirement on top of it. As you get into the age we do more financial planning, you realize some people are very savvy on these things of their tax strategies and all that. If you means test Social Security without having mandatory retirement savings on top of it, people are going to play that strategy. So if you want a means test, I think you have to make it mandatory. But it's just a question of what do you think is the optimal mix of things.
Just to add, the way in which it's already means tested is that you have a progressive benefit structure where people with lower earnings get a higher, if you will, return on their Social Security taxes. They get a higher benefit proportional to what they contributed versus taxes at higher levels. You get a lower index, a lower return on those taxes. And then there's also, of course, the clawback taxes. There's income taxes that apply to, I want to say it's 85% of your social.
Up to 85%.
Up to 85,
taxable.
yeah, depending on your non-Social Security income. That was a reform that was adopted in 1983, last time the trust fund was running out. And so we're already doing that. I am in favor of a flat benefit, so that people know what they can expect from Social Security and plan for it. We know that except for those very savvy people, very few people understand how much they can expect from Social Security.
When you say flat benefits, you mean universal?
So it could be universal or you could means test it, but what I mean is that it's just one amount, like everyone gets, 125% of poverty or something tied to a percentage of the average wage in your country that's more predictable, and people have like an amount in mind that they can expect and then think about how much they need to supplement. Because the benefit formula is just highly, highly complicated. I also agree that there likely will be some form of means testing, and there's different ways that you can do it, and probably doing it looking at lifetime income is more economically efficient, less distortionary, because as Andrew pointed out, you get fewer of those disincentives to work at younger ages and more as people are entering in retirement. So if you do more of a blunt means test where you look at people's assets and income, and then say if you have above a certain amount, then you don't get Social Security or you get a reduced benefit, you probably create more of those gaming scenarios than if you consider people's lifetime earnings, where for most people it won't make any sense to work less during their lifetimes in order to collect higher benefits.
Well, that's all the time we have, and I want to thank our panelists for a great discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, I think we can get started here. My name is Chris Edwards. I'm the Kilt's Chair of Fiscal Studies here at the Cato Institute. Our panel today is going to be looking at the retirement systems of New Zealand and Canada. We've got experts from both countries here today, Phil Cross and Mike Littlewood, and I'm going to introduce them, and then we can get right into the discussion. So Phil Cross, on my immediate left here, is the Senior Fellow at Vancouver's Fraser Institute. He has written extensively on the cost of public pensions in Canada and testified to the federal parliament on pension issues. He's a former chief economic analyst at Statistics Canada and has written on a vast array of economic topics at the Fraser Institute. At the end is Michael Littlewood, who's had a long career in employee benefit consulting at Willis Towers Watson. He was co-director of New Zealand's Retirement Policy and Research Centre and was a member of the New Zealand government task force on retirement savings. He wrote a book called How to Create a Competitive Market in Pensions, International Lessons, published by the IEA in London, and he's a principal editor of pensionreforms.com, which is a very useful website. And he also tells me it took him 24 hours to get here from New Zealand, so we very much appreciate Michael and Phil appearing today at the Cato Institute and bringing their expertise with them. So I'm going to start with Canada and a question for Phil across. So as I understand it, Canada has 4 layers to its retirement system. Very briefly, at the sort of a bottom basic layer, you've got something called OAS, which is a universal flat benefit funded by general government revenues. On top of that, you've got a CPP system, which is like our Social Security system. It's funded by payroll taxes to create benefits related to earnings. On top of that, you've got employer-based RRSP accounts, which are like our 401ks. And then on top of that, you've got tax-free savings accounts, which are like our Roth IRAs, but much better. So, Phil, does the Canadian system work well, and what would you improve in the Canadian system?
It works well in the sense that pensions really aren't a matter of public debate anymore. We went through an enormous debate about CPP and pension reform in the mid-1990s. Perhaps the lesson to be learned from that was it was at the same time we faced a massive fiscal crisis. So we basically dealt with all of our fiscal issues, all came to a head at the same time. And in a way, it made it easier to address them all. It concentrated everybody's attention on that. By the way, I should correct the senator speaking earlier. We didn't solve it just by investing in the United States, although that is an excellent strategy. What Canada was faced with, the real pension crisis in 1993, was the chief actuary said, given current projections, our contribution rate was going to jump from 5.5% to 14.2% of your earnings, which obviously is just completely unacceptable. In an already weak economy, a tax hike of that type would have been disastrous, and people understood there had to be reform. So what happened instead was we limited the contribution rate to 9.9%. Governments tried really hard. I mean, it was a goal to keep it below 10%. There was this psychological barrier of somehow if we went beyond 10%, that would be unacceptable to the Canadian people. But another lesson is not only did we deal with our pension crisis as part of a broader fiscal crisis that was going on, but it also required a bilateral, bipartisan consensus. Again, a speaker earlier talked about how the parliamentary system is better for dealing with these things because you can't get things through Congress and the president. What's important about the CPP is it required federal and provincial governments to work together. The federal government could not act on its own. 7 provinces, accounting for 50% of the population, had to approve this. And if you think congressional squabbling is bad, you come up north and look at our federal provincial squabbling. So it's every bit as intractable as what goes on in Congress and with the president here. And yet, again, given the overwhelming sense of crisis about both our government deficits and our pension system, it was actually quite easy. A deal came together quite easy. When people are at the abyss and looking over, it's amazing how partisan differences can fall by the wayside. The other thing I would note that's extraordinary about Canada, though, is that, yes, we fixed the pension system in the mid-90s, and yet the really interesting thing about pensions is not that the CPP was fixed. The CPP is just one pillar. But what's, just as in the US, the really interesting thing about pensions is that the defined benefits from companies has basically died. They're just not a factor anymore. And yet, we don't see mass poverty. We don't see old people, eating cat food on the street because people have adapted. And particularly, they went through RRSPs and especially the voluntary savings like the tax-free savings accounts. people worked later. People just made all kinds of little adjustments here and there, and it's worked. So sometimes, grand schemes and major reforms. Sometimes, somebody mentioned earlier, these opportunities come along once in a while, and you want to take advantage of it, which we did. But that's not the only change. Sometimes gradual, incremental changes. Let's say the big change in Canada was tax-free savings accounts. That wasn't even meant to be part of pension reform. It was an idea that the C.D. Howe Institute floated. C.D. Howe Institute is a think tank in Canada. If you ever wonder about the utility of think tanks, they floated the idea of TFSAs, and they're wildly popular, much more popular than RRSPs. You can move money in and out whenever you need it. Well over 50% of Canadians have TFSAs, where only about a third have registered retirement savings plans. So sometimes the best solutions come from the most unexpected places.
I'm going to get back to you regarding both the CPP and tax-free savings accounts, but let's jump over to New Zealand and Michael. So if I understand it, and feel free to correct me, New Zealand has a three-layer sort of retirement system. At the bottom layer, you've got New Zealand superannuation, these are flat rate government retirement benefits funded by general revenues. On top of that, you've got private superannuation plans provided by employers, although I understand they're not hugely popular. And then on top of that, you've got these new accounts created in 2007 called KiwiSave, which are private voluntary accounts. So what's the difference between the existing, you had the private superannuation accounts, then you've got the new KiwiSave accounts. Maybe you can untangle some of that for us.
Yes, they're essentially one and the same thing. They're all part of the same supplementary saving regime. Employer schemes that, as with Canada, have largely disappeared as a result of KiwiSaver. So the distinguishing feature about KiwiSaver, it was a government-initiated thing, auto-enrollment, opt-out if you don't want to continue. And so about 3 million Kiwis have one of those accounts. How much they're saving into them is not very much at all.
What percent of the workforce is that?
3 million, well, of the total population, it's about 60% of the population.
Okay.
So it'd be a high proportion of the workforce. The reason that they're not saving much is they, generally speaking, save up to the concession that's provided through the tax system, and then put their other savings elsewhere, because KiwiSaver savings are locked up until age 65.
Right.
So you wouldn't voluntarily put anything into those that you didn't have to.
So let's get you touched on the tax treatment is interesting. I was a little bit confused. So in the United States, our 401k plans tied to employers, you get the deduction up front, and then the benefits are taxed when paid out down the road. But it seems that the Australian or the New Zealand superannuation accounts and the KiwiSave, they're taxed up front, but then when the benefits are paid, there's no further tax. Is that the way it works?
It goes further than that. You also pay tax on the investment income during the accumulation.
Right.
So it is an income tax neutral arrangement. There is no stake. Taxpayers have no stake in the outcome.
Yeah.
It's like saving money through a bank account. It's exactly the same.
But so the benefits are taxed as well?
No, benefits are tax-free. That's withdrawal of capital.
So it is only taxed on one side, though?
It's TTE, if you know that.
Yeah.
TTE, which is tax neutral on the income test.
But it's okay. Interesting. So, do you favor that, or I mean?
I used to think that tax incentives were a good idea. I now don't.
Why is that?
Tax incentives are an extremely bad government intervention. They're very expensive. They're very complicated. Thickets of regulations have to be developed to control them. They're distortionary. They're very regressive, and they don't work.
So reading about the New Zealand tax treatment, it does seem very complicated. Although in the United States, Roth IRA accounts or the Canadian TFSA accounts, it's actually the tax treatment is very simple. You just put in after-tax money into the accounts, and then the benefits aren't taxed. It's very simple. So
that deals with the beginning and the end. And if your tax rate in retirement is the same as the tax rate at which you contributed, that's neutral.
Right.
But what isn't neutral is the roll-up. And the advantage you get through avoiding tax on the investment income is huge. It
Right.
dwarfs the other two.
So I will disagree with you on the tax treatment here. So it depends what you think sort of a baseline tax system is. If you think the baseline tax system is an income tax systems double tax savings. They encourage people to consume now and not to save. On the other hand, if economists like me think that a more baseline system is a consumption-based system that does not favor consumption now over the future. So it strikes me that you're saying you don't like the tax favoritism of these sorts of accounts, but it strikes me that actually, aren't you saying that you favor sort of tax penalty, that you would encourage people to consume now rather than the future?
My view is that all income should be taxed.
Right. Well.
And if you're getting a concession by contributing to a savings scheme, that bit of your income isn't being taxed.
Well, it is being taxed once. It's just not being taxed twice.
Where is it being taxed?
Well, when you earn the earnings initially.
But if you're paying contributions and getting a deduction of those contributions against your other income, that's a concession.
No, but you're taxed on the way out down the road.
Okay, so that bit of it's neutral, but what about the bit on the middle?
Yeah. Anyway,
that's the important bit.
So this is one of the difference between retirement systems, certainly in the different countries. And Canada's more like the United States, where the basic employer-based system, you get the deduction up front, you taxed in the future benefits, but then the United States has the Roth IRAs, taxed up front, not in the future, like the Canadian tax-free savings accounts. Let's go back to Canada for a minute. I wanted to follow up with the Canadian pension. The CPP system in Canada, which is like our social security system here. You talked about the reforms in the 1990s. Part of the reform was to pre-fund part of the future benefits in the system. As was discussed earlier, our social security system, there's no pre-funding at all. It's fully pay as you go. Cash comes in, cash goes out. So the Canadian system is partly pre-funded. Can you explain that a little bit, and has that system worked?
Yeah, Canada in the reforms starting in the late 1990s went from a pure pay-go system to what's called a steady-state financing. As I say, the actuaries had calculated that the contribution rate, to keep the fund solvent, the contribution rate was going to have to jump from 5.5 to 14.2 over time. The way Canadians got around that was they loaded up, they preloaded all these increases into 4 years. And it went from 5.5 to 9.9, and all this extra money went into a fund that was then invested. But even today, the Canadian system is still almost 80% pay-go, and about a little less than 20% is paid by this fund. This fund was basically created to avoid that last increase from 9.9 to 14.2. They created this fund and pre-funded it to avoid that level of increase. It's interesting too that this reform was made with broad consensus politically and in our society. A further change to the CPP was attempted by the Trudeau government in the mid-2010s, and it was basically designed to increase benefits to the middle class. And unlike the reforms of the 1990s, there was a great deal of resistance to the 2015 reforms, and basically what passed through was a very watered down version, a very small increase. But even there, it's being implemented just now. And I suppose that's the other thing is, before we hold up Canada as an example of what to do, remember Canadians got lucky. They brought in this relatively big increase in the contribution rate in the late 1990s when the economy was booming. We were benefiting from the same high-tech boom that drove the U.S. So it was perfect timing. That was the exact economic circumstance in which you could introduce effectively a tax increase with minimal damage. Whereas today, we're hiking CPP rates into the teeth of an extremely weak economy. Unlike the U.S. economy, I saw the GDP numbers for the U.S. came out yesterday, 4.2%. I mean, the U.S. economy is ripping by any measure. The Canadian economy, conversely, is flat in its back, is on a per capita basis, is actually severely in recession. this is the worst possible time to introduce a tax increase, and that's what we're doing. Unfortunately, because of the nature of pensions, you have to look far ahead. You know, it's almost impossible, given our very poor record of economic forecasting. It's very hard to say, okay, let's time this contribution rate increase with the peak of this boom right here. It's almost unknowable. So you need an element of luck. Canada had that in the 90s. We don't have it today.
Let me jump back to Michael, and then I'll ask Phil the same question, which is, we have a problem with our Social Security system because it's a pay-as-you-go system, and we face a demographic problem. More older, gray-haired folks, younger workers. It makes a pay-as-you-go system, makes the accounting very difficult. Do New Zealand and Canada face those troubles, and what should be done about it in your view?
The essence of a PAYG scheme is that you don't have to worry, because you pay out what you receive, or you receive what you pay out. And so New Zealand's view on that is that we've got a formula. The formula ties the pension, the Tier 1 pension, to the national average wage. It's calculated every 1st of April, so every 1st of April there's a new national average wage which is applied to the pension. And that number goes into the budget. There's no particular mystery about that.
That determines that because it's general funded. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
PAYG. Yeah. We do have something called the New Zealand Superannuation Fund, which echoes a little bit the Senator's proposals, which I think is an extremely bad idea.
Right.
Governments should not be in the business of investing in markets. Governments should do only the things that governments can do, and investing in financial markets isn't one of those.
So the benefits as like a share of GDP will be rising over time in future years in New Zealand. So you're sort of saying that's not a problem, but isn't it a problem in that it's the government will be grabbing more resources to itself and transferring more resources, which arguably isn't good for economic growth.
Currently, our net cost of New Zealand super is about 4.3% of GDP.
Okay.
Compares with the US Social Security of about 4.8, 4.9.
Okay.
So a little bit. US is a bit more, and you're going to add about 2% of GDP points to your current cost, as will we. That's all built in.
So you're saying actually you're saying there's no problem with the New Zealand system. You're saying you should have a general revenue funding of benefits, and the basic benefits are flat rate in New Zealand.
But this raises a very important point, and that is that it should be for taxpayers of the day to decide how much of the economy should be devoted to the old and to the working population. There should be no attempt by today's voting population to tie tomorrow's taxpayers into any particular basis.
Right.
So that's something that each generation of taxpayers should look at and should decide whether or not it's fair.
So you're basically that's to translate like the U.S. Social Security system that has this fancy, complicated accounting that tries to tie people over generations. You're saying that's nonsense. You should just tax people and pay people now, sort of like a welfare system.
I think the trust arrangements of Social Security in the US and the actuaries are actually an impediment to reform.
Right. Okay. And Phil, what is your view on is Canada facing a demographic crisis? And with the United States, the demographic crisis is going to play out not only in our Social Security system but in our Medicare system even more so. Is that true with Canada?
Not for our pension plan, but definitely the aging of society, and we have a real problem controlling our health costs. Canada has an often our Medicare system is held up as an example to the US, but I think there's an increasing consensus in Canada. We have, after the US, we spend the most on health care of any of the major countries, and our results are below average. So I think Canada is facing a looming fiscal problem, but not due to its pension system, just the cost of health care and of paying OAS. And this is where the real crisis or threat from our demographic profile is coming from. Yeah, but Canada also has a relatively young population. We have the highest rates of immigration in the world, which is creating other problems for housing. But we certainly don't have the aging profile of a declining labor force and natural shrinking population as some European countries and Japan, for example, face. So our demographic.
I think all three countries here we're in a better position than most European countries for that reason. I wanted to follow up with you, Phil, a bit on the tax-free savings accounts in Canada. So 2009, Canada introduced these new accounts called, I think it was 2009, called tax-free savings accounts. They're like the U.S. Roth IRAs, where you put in after-tax money in these accounts. With Roth IRAs, you can only pull the money out down the road many years or decades when you retire. The Canadian accounts are very interesting. They're like universal savings accounts. You put in after-tax money. Now you can take out the money anytime for any reason. And the thinking behind it is, if you allow people to take the money out of these accounts anytime for any reason with no further tax, you're increasing liquidity and encouraging people to save. And I've looked at a bit of the data, and these accounts are remarkably popular in Canada. Over half the population has them now.
Yep. I should make it clear, just following up on an earlier discussion, that both our RRSPs and our TFSA accounts, the money earned in investment is not taxable. The difference is in RRSPs, when you take the money out, then it's taxed. Right. Whereas TFSAs, it's never taxed. But TFSAs are not surprising, an incredibly popular vehicle, because you can, I should explain, there's a limit of how much you can contribute every year. It's usually around 7,000. Occasionally the government, for reasons I'll never understand, will say, oh, this year you can put in 10. But it's also cumulative. You can go 2 or 3 years without contributing, and that money is carried forward with you. You could theoretically, not contribute at all for a decade and then contribute $100,000 all at once if you came into a windfall, an inheritance or something. So and you can pull money out anytime you save up money, you decide you're going to buy a house or help your kid buy a house, you can take the money out, and then you can put it back whenever your liquidity improves again. So it's not surprising it's so popular. It's just, it's an amazingly flexible, and for most Canadians, very easy to understand system.
And costly to the taxpayer?
Well, that's why the upper limit is 7,000.
So these accounts have been discussed in the United States for a decade or two. In fact, the Republicans, after they passed their Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, there was a follow-up bill that passed through the House that included these sorts of accounts for the United States, which I'm a fan of. I think that encouraging people to save for any and all types of reasons is a good idea. And the beauty of these accounts is that people can use them to save for retirement or healthcare or any purpose. So I think those will be on the agenda here. I wanted to go back to New Zealand a bit and sort out. So that we had the 3 layers. We had the government superannuation benefits, we had employer-tied superannuation accounts, and then these KiwiSave voluntary accounts. So the KiwiSave accounts were only put in place in 2007 or so. So what did New Zealanders do before then other than the government benefit? They just saved in regular taxable accounts?
Well, tax breaks disappeared finally in 1990. Started in 1987 and then disappeared finally in 1990. So between 1990 and 2007, there were no tax incentives at all. And coincidentally, there was a financial study of households, a longitudinal study, done covering the period starting in 2000. And what they discovered by the year 2004 was that New Zealanders were actually slightly over-saving for retirement. That was before KiwiSaver started. Now you might ask, why do we have KiwiSaver then? Well, the reason was that the finance minister at the time, left of centre finance minister, and didn't want to give tax reductions, income tax reductions, and preferred to give New Zealanders a tax reduction that they couldn't spend, which was how the KiwiSaver thing actually happened. And so money is now locked up until age 65, and yes, you can get a tax concession on the way in. There's no tax incentive on the investment income, and there's no tax on the benefit at the end of the day, but it is locked up until age 65.
So before KiwiSave, there were the employer superannuation accounts, but I understand not very many employers had those. So why were they not popular, or what?
Because New Zealand superannuation basically looks after the basic retirement income needs of everyone. Yeah. It's generous enough that you can, so long as you've got your house paid off, a married couple can survive on New Zealand superannuation.
Right.
So any savings at all on top of that are just supplementary. Employer schemes essentially disappeared when the tax breaks were withdrawn, which says something also about the tax incentive regime.
So that basic New Zealand benefit, by the way, so it's a flat rate amount, and it covers about what % of typical wages, average wages?
Well, the calculation, the married couple's pension is a net 65% of the net average wage.
Right.
Grossed for tax, so that after tax you get 65%.
Right.
And it's roughly, the single person then gets about 65% of that number.
And then, as I understand, I think I read it, so at the top end, though, those benefits are taxed away, are they, at the top end?
It's ordinary income. So
Yeah.
it's added to all your other income and taxed at
Right.
normal rates.
Right.
No
okay.
concessions.
And so we talked about this a little bit earlier, Michael. Next door, you've got Australia. They've got a well-known private account-based retirement system. I think about around 20, 25 years ago, they went to a system where they have a 10% mandatory, I think it's about 10% mandatory payroll tax contribution to these private accounts. In your view, you don't like the Australian system?
Well, not only do I not like tax incentives for retirement saving, I also don't like compulsion.
Right.
Australia can justify compulsion, as was pointed out earlier, because they have an income and asset tested state pension, the Tier 1 pension.
Right.
So you can kind of justify having compulsion. But it's hugely complicated. And anyone who wants to think about means testing Social Security in the US should take a close look at what goes on in Australia, because it has all sorts of unintended consequences. For example, the primary residence is exempt from the capital gains test. And so naturally, Australians have more invested in primary residences than New Zealand.
Right.
The supplementary savings are locked up until the preservation age, which currently is 60. So what tends to happen is that people retire as soon as they hit age 60 to spend those savings and then go on to the state pension in full and have it unreduced by reason of those savings.
Right.
There is also a lot less work in retirement. People are actually actively discouraged from working in retirement because of the income and asset test.
Right.
So I'm against income and asset tests. It's just too complicated and has all sorts of unintended effects.
So you're saying though that so you don't like compulsion with the Australian accounts, private accounts. You're saying are compulsion because it's mandatory for people to contribute to these accounts. But then the New Zealand system, if it's mainly based on the government flat rate general and funded revenue, well, that's compulsion too. The general regular tax payments are compulsion too. So.
Anything the government does is compulsion.
So you're just saying you like some sort of compulsion over other.
Well, to me, in the retirement income business, the government has only four potential roles.
Yeah.
Its first role is to either eliminate or alleviate poverty in retirement. And only the government can do that by collecting taxes and redistributing them. Its second role, in my view, is to level the tax playing field so that the government is not sending a signal to savers that one form of saving is preferred over another. The third role is to develop impeccable data on what households are actually doing, and we don't do that at the moment in New Zealand and should, so that everybody understands what's actually happening. And then the fourth role, and only the government can do this really, is to develop an information and education program. So outside those four roles, the government should stay away.
So what do you think? So the United States Social Security system it's got a funding shortfall. In other words, the payroll taxes aren't enough to pay benefits increasingly. What should the United States do?
Get rid of the trust fund for a start.
Right.
Get rid of the actuaries. Start running it on a proper pay-as-you-go basis so that people actually understand what's going on. And I'd actually change the benefits as well, because I like flat rate benefits, and I endorse Romina's position on that.
Okay.
Life would be so much simpler if you got rid of the actuaries.
Yeah. Phil, what would you suggest to the United States? The Canadian system, to me, seems that like it's been very successful.
I'm not so sure I'd call it a success. Yes, it's been successful in the sense of pensions and retirement aren't an issue, but on the other hand, our economy is a train wreck. And I don't think you can completely break the link between the two. We live next door to the most innovative, productive economy in the world. If you take one step across the Quebec-New York border, per capita incomes double. That's a shocking gap, and it's a severe threat to our long-term survival. I don't know why, as a young person, I would stay in Canada when we have a free trade agreement with the U.S. Why wouldn't you set up your business in the U.S. in a much more pro-business entrepreneurial culture? And if you can find a market and somebody who can pay the bills in Canada, export back there free. So, you know, you can, the point of the economic system is to generate jobs and growth. It's not to fund retirement. This is not the most important thing. Perhaps that's the wrong thing to say at a retirement conference, but you know, sometimes when my advice to the U.S. would be, when reforming the system, don't lose track of the bigger picture here, which is don't do things that break your economic model. And I understand Joe Biden may lose this election because the perception amongst Americans is the economy isn't doing well. But ask anybody else in the world, which economy would you like to be, and 100% are going to say, we want to be like the Americans. So don't do things that mess up this recipe for growth that you uniquely seem to have discovered.
Great, thank you. We can open it up to questions from the audience. If there are some questions, we've got about 10 more minutes. Okay, there's a question down front here.
Yes, hi, I'm Bill Arnone with the National Academy of Social Insurance.
Okay.
Canada has an automatic balancing mechanism that says if its reserves go below a certain amount, Parliament is removed from the scene, and there's an automatic adjustment of both the contributions and the benefits. Is that a feasible alternative for a country like the United States?
Well, fortunately, we're not even faced that. I mean, there's no actuarial projection that our pension system is going to go into deficit. And as I say, that was also true back in the mid-90s. Automatically, our contribution rates were going to go from 5.5 over time up to 14.2. Politicians then intervened and said, no, this is not acceptable. We're not going to allow contribution rates to go up like that. So they went through and they tinkered with, they cut back on benefits, especially for disability. They increased the income that was subject to contribution rate taxation. They cut costs and they tinkered with it. So I wouldn't say this, it's hard to imagine a system ever being allowed to go on automatic, particularly when it's something that involves taxes and something as important as pensions. Politicians are going to get involved. There's nothing automatic about these systems. So I certainly wouldn't advocate anything automatic, partly because I just don't believe it's possible. This is just too important an issue not to be resolved in the political arena. I agree. Death to actuaries.
There's a question at the back there.
So thank you very much. My name's Leela Saldana. I'll be collecting Social Security next year, so I came out of curiosity. So my question is, we are talking about a program which gives cash, but we haven't talked about other safety nets, which are in-kind contributions like SNAP and Medicaid, which supplement low-income people. So I don't know, is there an equivalent of SNAP, for example, in Canada or New Zealand, where low-income people, get free food? Or,
I think so the questions is a broader
Right.
welfare question. I'm not sure whether you...
Yeah. No, in Canada, there's the floor is established uniquely by this old age security program. There aren't other benefits, well, except, the myriad of things offered to older people. I get a 20% discount at my local pharmacy if I buy on a Wednesday, and bus, but it's worth talking about too that, there's a lot of in-kind transfers that go on, and especially within families that aren't measured, and just because it's not measured, here I'm speaking as from my days at Statistics Canada, just because we doesn't measure something doesn't mean it's not important. 10% of Canadian seniors live with their family. 25% of Canadians say they are providing care to elderly parents. These are enormous contributions, and we never talk about them in debates about retirement systems. All these things that are unmeasured, we just pretend they don't exist, and they do. And we should be taking more. We should have more awareness of. There are a lot of other types of transfers and benefits that occur.
In New Zealand, we have something called the accommodation supplement, which is intended to give an additional benefit to people who don't own their own homes, and for very low-income earners also supplements their income, even if they do own their own homes, although that's a smaller part of the program. But apart from that, there's no formal government programs to support the old.
We have one question that came in online, sort of a political economy question. The real question is how you transform the dialogue in Washington. I think Romina talked a little bit about this, especially in an election year, to have a credible and honest conversation about this issue instead of perpetuating a political campaign issue. It is a terrible problem in Washington, the way the parties are in these armed camps, and both presidential candidates now say they're not going to touch Social Security, which is a really unfortunate thing for them to say. Looking at, we've heard a little bit from Phil about how Canada faced these crises in the 90s that led to some reforms. New Zealand, just a little beyond Social Security, New Zealand also had trouble and passed major reforms in many government programs. How was that possible? Was it they had to wait for a crisis, so then you had entrepreneurial politicians took advantage?
Yeah, we had our experience, our shit experience. And that was resolved when we got a Labor government, again left of centre, but which was captured by a free market finance minister, Roger Douglas. And so most of the major reforms started in 1984 and cleared out a lot of the stuff that we used to do. Stuff like tax incentives for retirement saving was his initiative. I think one of the, and then the next Conservative government attempted to put an income test on the state pension, and all hell broke loose politically. And that was resolved by the appointment of a task force, which is a traditional government response. And I was on that and got my political education in the 15 months that I spent on that. At the end of that process, most magically, out of nowhere, the major political parties agreed between themselves that retirement incomes was to be taken off the political agenda. And there was actually a formal accord signed that documented it. It didn't last long, but I have to say that since then it has been essentially out of the political discourse.
Something that both of you mentioned briefly, Phil, I know in Canada it was a left-of-center Liberal government in the 1990s that pursued all kinds of fiscal reforms like cutting spending and privatization, as well as these pension reforms. And as you mentioned, Michael, in New Zealand, it was a Labour government. So this is an interesting thing we don't see much in the United States. Back in the 1990s, there was substantial interest in the Democratic Party. President Bill Clinton was very interested in reforming Social Security. We don't see that much anymore here, unfortunately.
We have a very political, a very easy system politically. We have a unicameral government, so whoever has the majority passes the law.
Right. We have a question at the back.
Yes, hi, I'm Linda Stone. I'm the Senior Retirement Fellow with the American Academy of Actuaries. I don't know if I'm the only actuary in the room here, but I just feel compelled to have you qualify your statements. I'm sure you were commenting not on specific actuaries or the profession in general, but more on the structure of the program that actuaries are involved in. Thank you.
Quite correct.
I'll elaborate my comment too that I did criticize statisticians as well, so not just actuaries, but because both basically try to approach the problem as if we just had enough data and we apply enough brain power to this, we can solve it. And there's going to be more to this solution than that. And it probably is going to go back to it's going to take a sense of fiscal crisis. And in that sense of fiscal crisis, whether it's a liberal government as in Canada, a Labour government, it actually was surprisingly easy to find consensus, but you may have to walk up to the abyss first. That goes back to what Milton Friedman's famous comment about the role of think tanks in universities is they're places that keep ideas like this alive until they're needed in an emergency. And
I quite like Romina's suggestion, and I think that this institution could easily play a role in establishing a kind of an exchange of free market for ideas in this area. It needs somebody outside the political discourse.
Right.
To act as the centre for gathering that information and for being able to address politicians who talk rubbish and say, you don't know what you're talking about, here is the evidence.
Right.
yeah. Actually, one last thought, and this goes back to yes, actually, I spoke too quickly about actuaries. It was the chief actuary of Canada in 1993 who really made that debate bipartisan. He came out with a report 3 days before the famous Paul Martin austerity budget, saying the pension plan is in crisis, and this is break the glass time. And that helped build this bipartisan consensual view and took the whole issue out of politics. So you're quite right, I spoke too soon.
There's one last question I think I'm going to take from online here, and the question asks, should disability be split out from Social Security? The word Social Security includes both the retirement system, as we heard earlier, as well as Social Security disability system, which is a massively complex and problematic and expensive system on its own. In Canada and New Zealand, is disability tied in with Social Security?
In Canada, disability was tied in, and that was something that the reforms in the mid-90s addressed, that the disability payments were exploding and just getting out of control. But that was more up to the provinces who administer health care. They basically told the medical system to tighten up on this, that, we're not going to sign off on somebody retiring 20 years early because he has a soft tissue issue.
So this is interesting. So Ronald Reagan, as president, tried to cut back on the disability costs were exploding at the time. He tried to cut back, but there's a big backlash, and his reforms were reversed, actually. And so disabilities really exploded. But you're saying in Canada, actually, there was a cutback on benefits, and it sort of stuck.
That's right, and disability was a part of the reform. There was an attack on disabilities made through the healthcare system, through the provinces, but the benefits were also cut back within the CPP. So there was both demand and supply were applied to this, and it's really not an issue anymore. We have lots of problems in our healthcare system. Excessive demands for disability isn't one of them.
Interesting. And Michael, is it?
I guess New Zealand is a little bit different in this regard in that we have an accident compensation corporation, which is a no-fault workplace or any accident insurance system, and everybody pays premiums for that. That is a fully pre-funded, like an insurance company, effectively, government-owned, and it means that you can't sue anybody for personal loss as a result of an accident.
Okay, so we're going to wrap up this panel now. We've got, I think, a couple minutes, and then the next panel will be on. So please hang around, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
But the music stops. Okay, welcome back. This is our third panel for today. We have the pleasure of being the panel right before lunch. And our panel is about lessons learned from the German and Swedish pension systems. And I have the pleasure of being joined by two experts from those respective countries, Christopher Lundberg, who's Deputy Director at the Policy Analysis Unit in the Ministry of Health and Social Affairs in Sweden. He's also the current chair of the Social Protection Committee of the European Union, has worked for the Swedish Civil Service and with the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation for nearly 20 years, and has a background in mathematics. I just want to also emphasize that Christopher is a civil servant, so if he won't make very politically charged statements and is a bit more reserved than some of the panelists you just heard, just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Also very pleased to be joined by Martin Werding, who is a full professor of economics at the Ruhr University of Bochum in Germany. He has advised the German federal government on pension policy, demography and public finances, as well as other EU and OECD countries. Since 2022, he's also been a member of the German Council of Economic Experts. And for some of you who might be able to detect a little bit of an accent, I am originally from Germany, but have spent my entire working career in the United States, so I'm going to be learning about the German system as well. I want to start with a quick question to both of you. We'll start with you, Christopher, and then go to you, Martin. And that is, could you just very briefly describe the key structures of your country's pension system? What are the key components, and how many are there?
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, a big thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to meet up with our American friends and allies. I mean, it's a great pleasure to be here in Washington. I mean, pensions are, or social security, as you mostly talk about it here in the US, utterly complex things. I mean, do not be afraid. I'm not going to tell you all about the details of our pension system and how it interacts, because we do have lots of various components. And on top of that, of course, we have the taxation system. So when you put all of that together, you need to become an economist, an actuary, and have several staff in order to analyze the full effects of all of this. So I'm not going to go too much into that. But it is, I mean, it's like a smartphone. Very few people know how it actually works, but everyone has one, and you know it provides essential services for everybody to live your daily lives. And the retirement scheme is like that. I mean, not everyone knows all the formulas and all the things that goes into it, but everyone is dependent on it at one point, you know, sooner or later. So I think this is how we sort of have to frame the discussion. So just coming back to the main principles of the Swedish setup is that we have a publicly provided social security system, which is the base. It has several different components. I'm not going to dwell upon that. And then on top of that, you have occupational pensions, as we call it. It's through your employer. It's sector-wide. It's negotiated between the unions and the employer organizations, which provides a lot of sort of income replacement for workers. And on top of that, you have private savings, like in most countries. So that is the three pillars, and depending on your sort of income level, you know, you have various shares of the three. So
are occupational pensions widely available? What percentage of the population has those?
Well, 90%.
Oh. Okay.
So it is more or less everyone except for self-employed people, because obviously a self-employed person is both, you know, both sides, so both the employer and the employee. So that person will, of course, need to provide for him or herself, which makes sense.
And if you know the answer to this, for an average Swedish worker, what percentage of their retirement income might come from the Social Security component versus their occupational pension or retirement savings?
Well, that is very individual. I mean, I come from a small country. We're only 10 million people. Our bread and butter is that we try to sell and produce products that you, the rest of the world, want to buy from us at as high price as possible, because this is what we, you know, make our living from. So we are dependent on free trade and a large engagement with you in the US and elsewhere. But we're also very individualistic. I mean, we believe firmly in the freedom of the individual as a sort of cultural context. So basically, we have systems which are where each currency or where each unit of currency, we have our own currency as well, enables you, it has a direct connection to the benefit that you get. So it's overall, it's like an individual system where we emphasize the need to contribute through taxes or through contributions, and then you will get back in accordance with what you put in. And then, of course, to elevate poverty, we have targeted systems that target those particular situations. So I think we are not in favor of sort of having a flat line. Everyone gets the same regardless of how much you contribute. On the contrary, for us, it's very important that you get what you paid in, and that incentivizes work, employment, and also belonging to the formal market economy.
We'll talk a little bit more about that notional defined contribution system in a minute here, but Martin, could you also give us a quick overview of the basic German pension system structure and how much do people rely on the government versus their own private
I think one of the most remarkable things in Germany is that, of course, we have a 3, 4, or 5-pillar system, but the first pillar, so government provisions, public pensions, are really very important compared to many other countries still. The German public pension scheme is said to be the oldest public pension scheme in the world. And we've already been talking about these two differing traditions, the Anglo-Saxon one, where you have poverty relief as the main goal of public intervention in the field of old age provision. So you have flat rate benefits, which are not means tested in the United Kingdom, in New Zealand, even means tested in Australia, as we've heard. And then there's the other tradition invented in the late 19th century by, well, the German chancellor called Bismarck. So it's Beveridge versus Bismarck, this distinction. And the German is the prototypical Bismarckian system. Comparing it to US Social Security, I think is easy because the US system is a compromise between these two traditions. And that means the German system, the public pension scheme, is rather similar to the US one, except for the fact that we have no progressive elements in assessing pension benefits. You pay in contributions, and you get additional pension benefits for each euro that you pay in. Also, if you pay in for an additional year after age 63, you'll always get a higher pension. So the disincentives that I've mentioned in the first panel, they are not present. So these are the basic facts about the public pension scheme. And then, of course, we have occupational pensions. 60% of the population is covered by that. We have made attempts to strengthen the third pillar. 20 years ago, we might talk about that later on, something like 30 to 40%. Have moved in that direction. And then there are, of course, these fifth pillar pensions, so anything else that matters for old age income is also considered old age provision. Unfortunately, these figures combine in such a way that we may have about 20% of the population who are really living off public pensions at old age. And these are poorer people, people who have been working in small enterprises where occupational pensions are non-existent. So this is the situation we're in. Plus, we have one of the largest demographic problems for the next 2 decades to come in the developed world.
Yeah, I'd love to pull up a slide that you prepared for us on this point to talk a little bit about the differences, and the slide is up right now. Could you walk us through what we're looking at on this slide and how it matters?
This is just one figure. It's the old age dependency ratio, defined as the number of individuals aged 65 and older per 100 individuals aged 20 to 64. You could choose the age brackets in a different way that would make a difference in levels, but not in trends. And here we have a look at, well, the United States, Sweden, and Germany, the 3 countries in a sense represented on this panel. And you see the red line, that's the US, a rather flat development until around the 2010s, and then a huge increase through the US-American baby boomers, the situation you are currently going through. When you look at the 2 European countries, well, Sweden is similar to the US level in the 1950s, 60s, and then has an increase in old age dependency, which then flattens out and speeds up again. That's the demographic situation in Sweden, which is unfortunate, but not as unfortunate as in Germany. This is the blue line, where you can see, well, first of all, a downturn in the increase in the 1980s. That's the German baby boomers, and the German baby boom was rather late and small by international standards, but given the German demographic structure, with older age cohorts, well, many people were not born after World War I and then died during World War II. The baby boomers entering the labor market in the 1980s, that really decreased old age dependency, but at the same time meant that from now on, so in the 2020s until 2035, these baby boomers will enter retirement. And this is a problem we have had in mind for 4 decades now and have tried to solve in several steps, but haven't fully solved until today.
Until today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about how Germany, and then we'll talk about Sweden as well, is addressing this demographic shift, in particular this lopsided dependency ratio where you have quite a few people dependent on a shrinking number of workers despite greater immigration into Germany. How is Germany addressing this demographic issue?
Well, if we concentrate on pensions, because there are many other things, migration is one issue which could solve the problem, but of course creates political debates of its own. We've been talking about healthcare, which is also an issue with an aging population. So if we stick to public pensions or the pension scheme, then we have been taking reforms in the late 80s. And you can see that was in a situation where demographics looked good, but the labor market performance was rather bad. And we were looking forward to a first increase in the old age dependency ratio taking place after 2000. And that was a first attempt at tightening the existing system. So many non-contributory benefits were thrown out. To give an example, until then, periods of training and education were fictitiously granted with contributions, and that was a huge gift to academics. Yeah?
Yes.
I mean, at the time, people with academic training, they were between 10 and 20% of the population. Nowadays, they are approaching 40 and going through that. But that was abolished. So it's really just contributions paid in that matter. Also, until then, there were generous options for leaving the labor market early and drawing a pension without any actual reductions. That was abolished. And probably most importantly, until then, we had a formula for annual increases in pension benefits that really followed gross wages, which is overly generous in the sense that to meet the entitlements, the obligations that arise from that, you sometimes have to increase the contribution rate, which does not feed through to pension upratings, but of course reduces net earnings of the active population. So it means pensions are growing faster than net earnings of the population who are paying for that. And this was fixed, and we switched to a mode where we, at least for a while, said we are going to guarantee a constant net benefit level with our pensions. That was step one in the late 1980s. And then we had a second round of reforms in the early 2000s, where we somehow understood that guaranteeing a constant net benefit level is out of reach with our demographic situation. So we implemented an element in our benefit upratings formula, an automatic stabilization mechanism, where to the extent that the demographic situation for the pension system, so it's not calibrated on the old age dependency ratio, but on the system dependency ratio of the pension scheme. If this deteriorates, then the annual upratings are slowed down. That means the benefit level, the net benefit level decreases slowly but surely over time if the situation, the demographic situation unfolds. And given that, we had to think about the second or third pillar, do something about occupational pensions, private pensions. So there was an attempt to strengthen private provisions. And also we decided to increase the legal retirement age. So it's been aligned at age 65 before. And then in the early 2000s, we decided that it has to increase from 65 to 67 in a long-term plan, which now unfolds until 2031.
Yeah. So a number of incentives to increase labor force participation, less generous benefits, higher contributions, the whole package pretty much, and higher retirement age. Christopher, tell us a little bit about how Sweden, which seems to be in better shape than Germany is, although it looks like the United States still has a leg up there. How have you been addressing population aging through the pension program?
Well, first of all, I'd like to just comment the figure a little bit. And as you can see that during the 90s, we were having, out of the 3 countries here, we had the highest old age dependency ratio. And this also coincides with the time when we did our latest reform. But coming back to that, I'd just like to sort of see that in relative to many other countries, actually the US has a very, very positive structural outlook, as you can see from this picture. So coming from a country in the far north where it's cold half of the year and dark, and where you really have to struggle, and that is sort of the story of our of the country, we really sort of would like to exchange with anyone who has a better outlook. I mean, so if we would have the structures you have, we would gladly accept them. So I think that everything is relative. So, and that really comes back to what I really want to emphasize. What we did with our reform was to really put the focus on the real economy. What we need to do in a situation such as with an increasing dependency ratio is to focus on employment. I mean, going for growth is more important than discussing taxes or contributions, because it is vastly superior. So if we could combine the US productivity with the Swedish very high employment rate, that would be golden for us, and then we would certainly go for that any time of the day. And that would also solve a lot of problems associated with financing. And also it would, from a political side, if you're left of center or right of center, you would have lots of new resources to spend according to your preferences. So I think that is sort of where the focus should be, and not so much on the sort of technicalities or what kind of preferred toolkit you're currently using in your own country. But then again, I mean, once we have to go back to the retirement system. So I think it's very important that they do protect the people in need from poverty. That is always has to be there. It's the role of government. But also they need to be sort of putting the focus on making it possible to work more and longer for the large share of the population, because that is the part of the solution. So incentivizing employment is very important, and that is also something that we have done throughout our systems. And that can be done within the pension system or in tax system or in very different ways, or enabling services that are necessary for people to actually be on the labor market. So there are lots of things that can be done.
Is there a particular reform, and you can take the slide away now so we don't rely on it as a crutch, thank you. Is there a particular reform that has had outsized benefits for Sweden? Like if there's one thing that you would encourage countries to look at because it was the most impactful in the Swedish context, what reform would that be? And is that in the pension system or in the tax system or the provision of, say, childcare support for single mothers?
Well, I think it's all of the things. I mean, you need to work on in many different dimensions, because every bit counts. I mean, if you can find things that increases growth wherever that is available, you should utilize it. And this is, I mean, coming back from a small country that really where we have a history of struggling with bad weather and have to sort of apply ourselves, this is something that we do. And I would think that if you could focus on these things, that would be very beneficial.
Yeah, so colder weather would probably be the right way to go then. People work harder in colder weather is what I'm hearing.
Or they migrate to North America if they get possible.
Very good. Let's talk a little bit more about how the notional defined contribution system works, and then also some of the automatic balancing mechanisms that you have in the Swedish program. I know that's something that's particularly interesting to the United States in the sense that since we've spent the last 40 years not making any reforms to Social Security, despite knowing that we are facing a significant demographic challenge, we are particularly interested in what are some of these marginal balancing mechanisms or automatic triggers that, as the United States considers reforming its system before 2033, should build in so we don't go another 40 years before we make other tweaks.
Well, this is very important. I mean, you are, of course, you will go the path you choose in accordance with the will of the people. But what we did was that with looking at the total package of the tax rates that we had, the contributions that we put into pensions, the discussions during our reforms in the 90s were very clear that increasing the contribution rate further was not a preferred option. So we would need to have adjustments on other things, and that would mean on the benefit side or on the pension age. So basically, in our social security system, not for the people who are in need of the targeted things, they are sort of protected from this. But for everyone else who have more of sort of income replacement, there is a strong push for them to sort of to work more and longer through adjustments that are done through these systems being connected to increases in longevity, or through the uprating of the benefits or the valorization of past accumulated benefits. So I mean, our balancing mechanism really makes it difficult to increase the contribution rate. So the pressure is on the other two elements, which really is a bit challenging. It is a tough medicine, obviously, but it is also the way we have chosen to do so, because of the fact that the perception politically has been that we have sort of reached a level which is slightly higher than in the US, and we don't want to sort of go much further. But then again, of course, it's in the world of politics, things can change, and I mean this, but it's much more difficult to go down that path. It would require much more effort. The other things are more automatic, so to speak.
Seems this is the opposite is the case for Germany. Is that right, Martin? The contribution rates tend to be the primary balancing mechanism to make sure pensions can be paid out?
That's right, but still there are things we have in common, and I think also it's really interesting and important for the United States to listen to what Christopher says. He's so modest about Sweden being a small country and wanting to be somewhere else but not where they are, etc. The Swedish pension system shows one thing very clearly. Once you've entered the business of trying to keep up living standards at old age for workers, which is what the US did, even with their progressive elements, what Germany does, what France does, what Sweden does. Once you've entered this business, you need actuarial adjustments to demographic change. Yeah? If you have a poverty relief system, up to a point you cannot, because if it's really the poverty line that it's defending, then you cannot reduce benefits if demographics are becoming adverse. Okay. And the Swedish did, I think, the full package of reforms how to respond to that. Increasing contributions is, well, not a good idea for many reasons. Yeah, it increases total wage costs. It's difficult with international competitiveness, etc. And also it introduces it expands intergenerational redistribution. Young people have to pay for, well, relatively high benefits, even of older people who do not really need them, having provided on their own or having very good occupational provisions. And building on this simple idea, the Swedish fixed their contribution rate and then have the adjustment mechanisms of somehow distributing what goes into the pay-as-you-go system to the elderly, well, in line with actuarial standards, taking care of their life expectancy, etc. So this is, in fact, it's something where Germany would like, or no, should have liked to go 20 years ago, because it's now a bit late for adjusting these kinds of things. And the Swedish also did one additional important thing. If you fix the contribution rate, except that benefit levels of the pay-as-you-go system go down, then you need an effective pre-funded element. And given the traditions of European countries, probably you need some degree of compulsion. Yeah, in order to, well, you cannot wait for one generation to understand that they should have saved on top of their pension contributions. So this is really a different world from what we heard about New Zealand. And the question is, how could one somehow move over from one world to the other? The US being located between these two worlds, they could look in the direction of New Zealand, and they might not learn a lot from European countries. But on the other hand, if they say, okay, we still have this element of taking care of living standards, how can we reduce that without creating poverty or increasing poverty risk, etc., then European countries and especially Sweden are interesting to look at. So in Germany, we have rules by which the contribution rate has to go up if nothing else happens. The system needs to be run on a balanced budget. It receives some amounts of tax-financed injections from the federal government. Allegedly, this is making up for still existing non-contributory benefits. So if this is correct, then all other benefits are to be financed from contributions. And so this link really creates a problem. So the need to increase contribution, it creates a problem for Germany over the next 2 decades. And then the question is how to avoid that.
How much of that, how much of the German system is impacted by the fact that Germany was divided and then was reunited? Does that contribute to some of these financing challenges requiring general revenue transfers? How was that negotiated?
It still makes a very small contribution. I mean, one of the good things about pay-as-you-go systems is you can integrate a region like East Germany. Yeah, you integrate contribution, those who pay a contribution, plus you integrate their pensioners. And if the demographic structure there is similar, if employment and labor market performance would have been similar to the West, then it wouldn't have made a difference. The situation was slightly different. Wages were lower. Employment went down after the reintegration. And therefore, this created a problem for a while, also because the transition from the old East German pension system to the existing federal system was relatively generous. So there is some percentage of additional benefits that are simply there because these rules are so generous, but it makes up for less than 10% of our current annual expenditure in the pension system, and it will disappear over time. So for a while we also had slightly different values attached to one pension point, which is what you receive as a basis for your pension entitlement if you pay in contributions on an average income for 1 year. So the values attached to that were slightly different between East and West. The way Eastern German wages were assessed when, well, calculating by US standards the average index monthly amount of earnings, that was all differentiated between East and West, but these differences have now disappeared, and there is some of the follow-ups that are still lingering in the system.
Yeah. Christopher, I understand that Sweden has a buffer fund to enhance the income pension program. And yeah, how does that work? How big is that buffer fund? Where does that revenue come from?
Well, in our social security system, we have had a positive cash flow where the contributions have been larger, basically, than what we've been paying out. And then that money has been invested in various investments over the years. And of course, the idea is that this fund is supposed to both contribute to the overall system, but also smooth the fluctuations that we have in the different sizes of the birth cohorts. So that is sort of the point there. But of course, I mean, the investments have been fairly good. So this fund has, of course, increased quite a lot. So it's been built up into considerable size. So I mean, very happy with that. Of course, it was a very good.
Was this money a surplus? Was this a surplus that Sweden had that was invested? It's the surplus from the pension program?
Yes.
Okay. So like the Social Security Trust
so
fund.
Whenever we have had years of positive cash flows, we put the money in these buffer funds, and then we've made investments, and the idea has been to sort of use it for a rainy day when it's the opposite.
And who oversees the fund management? And are there any political tensions about what that money could be invested in that are driven more by political preferences rather than, maximizing returns?
Well, historically there were more sort of political divisions about this, but after having these funds for such a long time and seeing how professionally run they are and how they're sort of detached from governmental control, of course, someone picks the boards and all of that. But I mean, these are run in a very sort of professional way, and I don't think that there is much sort of political opposition towards it from left, right, or center, because everyone sees that they're actually doing a very good job, and they are doing this to the best of their capabilities, and obviously they've been very successful at it. So we're very happy with their work.
Yeah, tapping into economic growth seems to be a successful strategy.
Yeah.
Martin, is that something that Germany is also considering, the creation of some kind of fund to bolster the German pension system, and what are your views on that kind of system?
Well, the current German government is having plans for, I don't think it should be called reforming the system, amending the system. So they want to fix the benefit level. As I said, it should be decreasing over time, given the rules that we established some 15 to 20 years ago. So this is what they want to stop. But in order to be able to finance that, they want to introduce something that is a bit similar what Senator Cassidy presented us this morning. Because the basic idea is that the system borrows money at relatively low interest rates, given the rating of German treasury bills, and then, well, invest them on international stock markets, expecting that there can be a higher return, which is sensible. The question is how big this difference is going to be, and whether it will be stable for a longer period of time, because anything is endogenous, the German credit rating might suffer, and many other things. And this is said to be continued for 15 years, and then when the baby boomers are really entering or have entered the pension system, then they want to take out, well, the difference between the interest that they have to pay and the returns that they are winning on stock markets. While the injections as such have to remain untouched, because, well, it would be against our debt brake, it would increase government debt, etc. So this is a kind of a trick which might work, possibly, but cannot, through the concentration on just the difference between stock market returns and the interest that needs to be paid, it cannot contribute to making up for the extra contributions that are needed when we fix the contribution level. So we made a rough calculation in the German Council of Economic Advisors and found out that it's not going to cover more than pension expenditure for a few days in 2035.
That seems like a very risky proposition for very little return. Yeah.
So if it works, it can contribute a few billion euro, but
it's not
nothing that will solve our problem.
Yeah, not what we call, it's not a silver bullet.
No.
Christopher, could you talk a little bit to us about the roles that the Parliamentary Pension Commission and the working group played in the reforms that Sweden underwent in the mid-90s?
Well, certainly. We had an economic crisis in the early 1990s, and of course, don't waste the crisis when you need to do sort of difficult reforms. Since social security and retirement systems are long-term, I mean, it takes often 30, 40 years for them to mature and come into full effect. It makes sense to have sort of broad support, which means that you have to sort of get a coalition of the willing that is as broad as possible on board. Just looking back at the various governments or coalitions or political programs that you've had for the last 30, 40 years and expecting the same in the future, you realize that this makes sense. Having all kinds of governments doing their own reforms every now and then is not going to be a very good, effective outcome. So what we did was that we created a group in Parliament with parliamentarians from everyone who was willing to join to discuss on the issues. So focus on the issues, the problems at hand, and sort of try to put this politics aside as long as possible and just sort of focus on the policy side. And then they were focusing on this together with Secretariat and just focusing on what is the problem that we need to address and what are the different options. And then we reiterated this process for quite some time so that we would sort of get trust between everyone involved. And that was key. So we had senior politicians from various parts of the field becoming like good friends and understanding the issues, and then they could sort of negotiate on how to sort of create a compromise that everyone was happy with, that sort of had certain elements that would appeal to the people involved. And this was highly successful, I must say. But of course, it certainly helped that we had a sort of a financial crisis, so we really had to do something.
Was there any role played by independent experts, or was it all worked out by elected officials?
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of structure you have in your country. I mean, once again, I mean, we're a small European country, so we have like a civil service with people such as me that stay forever and sort of work for the winners. And because of the fact that we don't have so many other people to take in, so we can't sort of have, the turnover can't be too high. So basically, we use whoever we have and make the best of it. I mean, this is sort of the principles that we reach out to academics, but of course, the civil service provides the backbone, and then we bring in experts from whoever is interested in helping out, of course.
Yeah.
But this is of course different in various countries.
I want to ask Martin a question, and then I would like to take a few questions from the audience. So in 2001, Germany introduced the Riester pension. Why do you think adoption rates are so low? And is there a way to increase this as a vehicle for people to save in retirement? Or, you know, how do you shift from a system where your population relies primarily on the government to one where they come to rely more on their own private savings?
Yeah, I mean, this was meant to be a new program for third pillar provisions, which was not widely used as an instrument by people in dependent employment thus far. So private provision was something for the self-employed, etc. And well, it's got lots of design flaws. To highlight the most important one, it was meant to be mandatory, and the then Chancellor Schröder stopped that at the very last minute because, well, the yellow press wrote something about you're forcing people into something they do not need or do not want, I don't know. Which is, well, probably you don't need compulsion, but then you need a good design.
Yeah.
And the worst things, I guess, are the providers need to give a guarantee that they will pay back 100% of the contributions paid in. And this is one of these guarantees which are extremely costly because they cannot go on the stock market with that, and essentially are not worth anything. I mean, getting back after 40 years of investment, 100% of what you paid in is a nightmare of a result of a private pension plan. This, together with the, well, low interest period that followed from 2010 onwards, made it entirely unattractive to invest. And to mention the last thing is German financial services industries have extremely high costs. So this ate up, of course, what was left of the potential for returns. And given that, it's probably good that not more than 30 or 40% of the target population really made such contracts. Some of them are relatively good, but most of them are really not worth investing just €1. So many people have stopped investing. They're just waiting for it to be disbursed. Thus, they are not losing the subsidies that were paid.
Yeah, that's what I hear through the grapevine on the streets
So
of Germany
it's
too
not a
when I'm
good
visiting.
attempt.
It's not worth it.
We need a fresh attempt at establishing a third pillar scheme or doing something like that.
Do we have any questions in the audience right there? Eva, if you could.
Hi, Wendell Primus with Brookings Institution. In the United States, our fertility rate now is below 1.7, and some of us think we're also facing a real workforce shortage problem down the road, especially when the baby boom reaches needs long-term care services. And so my question is, how did your two countries address immigration? It's not a silver bullet, but we think increasing legal immigration here to solve both our workforce problem could solve about maybe a sixth of our Social Security financing problems. So tell me about how immigration and workforce shortages go together.
Thank you. Who would like to take that question? Mark?
Effectively, it took Germany a while to understand that it is an immigration country. So we used to think about people arriving as guest workers who might return later on. But since the late 1990s, we are actively trying to design immigration policies. We do have lots of open doors for labor immigrants. The trouble in Germany is that many people are using other doors, so being refugees, claiming asylum, and these kinds of things. The sheer amount of immigration is very high, but the composition of these groups are at least not what we hope for. And this is something that I stressed at an early stage. I mean, waiting for immigration is nothing that politicians can make happen like that. Yeah, so it's not a tap that you can open. You need to work on networks of immigrants of a certain qualification, of certain origins. And if there's a group that somehow establishes themselves successfully in the labor market, then you should try to keep that door open, because the probability that other people of similar origin and similar qualifications will follow is very high. So a mixed record. We are also doing our best to integrate refugees into our labor markets, and the performance is not bad, but this is a difficult population, of course, in terms of languages, skills, etc. So the situation could be better, but at least we've understood what the problem is, and we're working on it and trying to keep, that's also one important thing about immigration, we're trying to keep those on board who resist immigration. Yeah, that's politically difficult.
Yeah. Anything to add?
No, I think our experience in Sweden is very similar to the experiences of Germany. So I think you put it very nicely. So we're very similar, Sweden and Germany, actually. So we sort of have the same kind of challenges and many sort of similar features in our societies and economy. So I think, Martin put it very
So if
well.
you can get working immigrants, that can be a good solution, but not the ones drawing from your welfare system. Is there another question? We can take one more question before we conclude. Okay, everyone is hungry for lunch. Then I will conclude with this. Lunch will be upstairs on the second floor. We have an extended period for lunch, so I hope you will converse with each other. Feel free to come up to the speakers as well, who will be up at lunch also. If you could please make your way back down here at 1:20 p.m. Our final panel on Social Security solutions will begin promptly at 1:30. So thank you. Please enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
you All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. After lunch here, our fourth panel of the day, the title of which is Securing the Future, Rethinking U.S. Social Security. My name is Andrew Moylan. I am Vice President of Public Finance at Arnold Ventures. Arnold Ventures is the philanthropy of John and Laura Arnold, and we do grant making and policy development on topics in the public finance space. And I'm joined by two distinguished guests here today who I'll introduce briefly. First, of course, to my left is Rachel Gressler. She is Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and she's worked on Social Security and retirement policy for quite some time, including designing comprehensive proposals. And we are glad that she is here with us today. Also joining us is Jason Fichtner, who is Chief Economist at the Bipartisan Policy Center, and I'm sure he will tell you about the many other hats that he also wears in the context of this conversation. And we are here to talk, of course, about the U.S. Social Security system. You've heard a lot about retirement systems in other countries today and how that can inform the conversation that we are going to have here this afternoon. First, just to set the table a little bit before we jump into the conversation, is just to recap some of the numbers. It's worth referencing that The recent report is that the OASI trust fund is going to be depleted in the year 2033, which is not so far away and is probably within the political lifetimes, or at least intended political lifetimes, of most current members of Congress. And without some sort of a reform, the type of shortfall that the program is facing at this point would necessitate something along the lines of a 21% across-the-board benefit cut, or a 27% increase in the payroll tax, a little over 3 points in the payroll tax. And this is in present value terms, a $24 trillion shortfall. And so it is a very significant challenge, a very significant shortfall, and one that U.S. politicians have been largely avoiding. It's been more than 40 years at this point since we had a significant reform to the Social Security system. And so this is an opportune time to be having this conversation, because the best time to have done this would have been years ago. The second best time to address this challenge would be today. So let me first start with a question that I'm going to put to both of you, and we'll start with you, Rachel. The nature of Social Security is that any kind of reform to the program is going to be very politically difficult, probably unpopular. And what is your perspective on how lawmakers ought to be approaching that? What sorts of messaging should they be utilizing, and what kind of policy implications do you think that difficulty has?
It is difficult. It is difficult because Social Security has expanded so far beyond its original scope, and so I think that really transformative change is what is required, and that's obviously a difficult thing. But I would start by going back to what was Social Security's original purpose. It was a Depression-era program when people had lost their life savings. It was designed to protect seniors from living in poverty. It also was intentional in that a purpose was to prevent younger workers and people raising families from having to finance poverty among older generations. And the irony of that is it was set up to kind of be a means of a forced savings program, and instead today it is entirely an intergenerational transfer program that is 100% a burden on current workers to finance older Americans' retirement. And then lastly, looking at the intent in terms of Social Security was supposed to be one of 3 pillars. It was supposed to be a relatively small program. It started out as a 2% tax. Its founder said, we will never take more than 6% of your paycheck. Well, today it takes 12.4%. CBO says it needs to take 17.5% in order to just keep paying the current benefits. And so I think it needs to start with an understanding of what the program was, how it has veered from that, and also just a recognition of the facts. And you've alluded to some of those coming out of the trustees report, but we do have kind of a misunderstanding of what the program is today. And so I think that if we can start from agreement on what has it become, what is it now, that can better shape people's opinions of how to look at different reform proposals.
So Jason, what are your thoughts on that? It's a difficult political nut to crack, but you are nothing if not a nutcracker, so tell us how to do that.
Well, I think part of this, Rachel's right about talking about the original intent of what the program was designed to be, and to remind people it's an old age insurance program. We talk about the retirement and survivors, and then disability separate. But we are talking about Americans who have busy lives, attention spans are different, the opportunity cost of their time, and trying to explain programmatic details that is very difficult. And I think for politicians and the media, we need to start with literally the quick reality, which is the trust funds will be depleted. That does not mean Social Security is going bankrupt. It'll be there in some fashion for you. But there is no such thing as a free lunch, and the cost of waiting has a cost as well. So you mentioned your opening, Andrew, that there's potentially a 20% benefit cut if we do nothing. Well, that's today. If we wait till 2033 when the Social Security OASI trust fund's depleted, that 20% becomes 24, 25%. It's hard to imagine Congress allowing a 25% benefit reduction to happen, but that is what current law would require. I think we need to be honest with the American people, that they can't just say, oh, Congress will raise taxes or Congress will do something to fill the hole. We don't know that's going to happen. I mean, for people who do financial planning and advising, you always talk about market risk, inflation risk, sequence of return risk, portfolio risk. We've now got to figure out political risk. Who's going to be in Congress in 2033? Who's going to be in the White House? Are they going to want to negotiate? Are they not? I don't know. But the cost of delaying is so hard, so we need to start with the idea that and tell people if we do nothing at all, benefits could get cut, and that's the default. And start with that, and then to Rachel's point, then start talking about what the options are. And to get anything done on a bipartisan basis is going to require revenues and some changes to benefits.
So let's stick with you for a moment, Jason, and talk about a thing that you've written about and emphasized in your work is trying to encourage higher labor force participation among people over the age of 55. There have been, maybe not so encouraging trends in that regard and with regard to broader labor markets. What do you see as the benefits of that, and what role, if any, should Congress have in directly encouraging greater participation among older Americans?
So work has benefits both from the financial standpoint. For the individual, of course, they get income, so that allows them to have more income to spend. For the economy-wide, it keeps people in the labor force, it gives productivity, it also raises tax revenues for the government. So from a fiscal standpoint and financial, it's a good thing. There's also mental health benefits that come from working, for those that are able to work. And I think what we need to talk about is how we reduce the barriers to continued employment. You don't want to force anyone to work, but you want to reduce the barriers that might make it difficult. And one way that Congress could think about doing this, and Andrew Biggs sort of alluded to it this morning in his remarks, is that when you get to be in your 60s, a little older, the return to your Social Security contributions and payroll taxes in that year are negative for most people. If we want to keep older workers in the workforce, which I think we do, because right now we have 4.1 million Americans turning 65 every year between now and 2027, and by 2030, all the boomers will be 65 or older. If we want to keep them in the workforce or reduce the barriers, we could do something that says, why are they paying payroll taxes, at least for Social Security, when they are continuing to be 65 or older? You cannot be eligible for disability insurance once you hit your full retirement age. So why are you still paying DI taxes, including for the employer? We could eliminate or reduce it. So we could think about how we could do that on the tax side. And we start thinking about reforms to Social Security, we need to think holistically, because Rachel mentioned 3 pillars. Remember, we used to have that discussion around the 3-legged stool. So Social Security was one, the defined pension plan, which is no longer there, it's now your DC plan, and the third was your individual savings. All have to contribute to your income in retirement. So that third stool, which could be, again, individual savings, could also be work. So how do we help people facilitate working after years? So I think we could think about the idea of the tax rate as well. And we can also, like for Social Security, get rid of the retirement earnings test potentially, which is very confusing, and people don't understand it. They think it's a tax as opposed to a test. So there are things we can do with that I think would help labor participation for older workers and stay in the labor force.
If I could add one thing too, a lot of what I focus on in my work is workforce and the labor market. And I think there are positive trends here in terms of independent work, an option for people to work in a way that allows them to be their own boss. I see this as being particularly helpful for older Americans that might be ready to hang up the traditional 9-to-5 report to the boss job and be able to work for themselves in a way that's more accommodating to the changes they want to make in their lifestyle, whether that's being able to work remotely or being able to work fewer hours. And so there are things that Congress could do to remove barriers, particularly one that they have very recently put in place that discourages that type of work.
So Rachel, part of your prior work has been on the notion of shifting Social Security to more of a flat benefit structure. I wonder if you could expand for us a little bit on what appeals to you about that model, and what are some of the challenges, the transition challenges you would see from moving from the system that we have today to something like that?
Mm-hmm. Well, if we think of a social insurance program that's goal is to prevent or reduce poverty in old age, it doesn't make sense to have a program that pays 3 times as high of benefits to the people who have the highest incomes as it does to those with the lowest earners. And so I think that gradually shifting towards a system that credits you for having worked, regardless of what your earnings were, instead of being really kind of more of a form of retirement and trying to replace a certain portion of your income, when we know that people with the highest incomes have the greatest ability to save on their own, and they do tend to save a lot on their own, and they're the ones that largely do not need the Social Security benefits. So how you would do it mechanically is just Social Security has 3 different bend points in its formula, and so the one that applies to upper earnings, you just ratchet that down over time, and you would actually increase benefits for between 1/3 and 50% of earners, so that the lower bend point formula moves up over time, and you get to a place probably 20, even 30 years from now so that people have time to adjust, but where today's younger workers would all be in this system that if you worked 40 years, you all get the same benefit. If you work 20, you get the same benefit. So it's more of a contributory program in terms of the number of years that you've worked.
So in thinking through potential reforms and reforms that are a part of the discussion as it stands now, I want to shift for a second to talk about the two kind of biggest, opposing forces, pillars, if you will, in this conversation now. On the left, you have, Bernie Sanders and others who have talked about a very different vision than that was discussed earlier by Senator Cassidy. I want to ask about the Cassidy proposal, and let me start with you, Jason, and say, in your assessment, what are the sort of the highlights of that sort of proposal, and what do you see as the biggest kind of challenges?
So let me start, because I know a lot of people were giving questions and comments earlier about the Cassidy plan, because I could hear them in the audience, and some people are like, what? And so let me just do two sort of narratives to start real quick. First, we as individuals, policymakers, researchers, should help create a safe space for members of Congress to talk about Social Security reform. That's a first principle, because right now, very few are willing to do it politically. So I want to give Senator Cassidy credit for putting something out there and being willing to talk about it, because if we keep attacking members of Congress and senators, they're not going to do it, and we're not going to create the space, and we're going to get to the fiscal cliff in 2033. That's the first thing. The second is, now we talked, this panel's about trying to rethink Social Security and what that actually means. So the earlier panels talked about the idea of the trust fund. What is it? It goes into special issue treasuries, which is basically like an accounting gimmick. In some ways it's already been spent, but it is owed back to Social Security, but it's a liability on taxpayers. It's borrowing money. So if you look at a pension plan, if we were all part of a regular pension plan, the pension plan would invest in a diversified portfolio of assets: bonds, treasuries, equities, maybe real estate. Why should we not think about Social Security's trust fund in the same context? So one of the ideas and one of the benefits of thinking about a trust fund first, I want to put the trust fund in one category. Let's put financing separate for a second. So if you think about a trust fund, what you would do is presumably you would have a diversified portfolio that would give you a greater return than you're just getting on Social Security's trust fund assets now that are in treasuries. And had we done this in 1983, including a market crash that we had in 2008 and COVID, we would be better off today, even after those crashes, had we put money in the market in a diversified portfolio than just leaving them in treasury securities. So what Senator Cassidy is trying to do is get sort of that equity premium to give Social Security a longer term fix on the assets. Now, we've been better off doing this back in '83 or 10 years ago. We're now very short in a window left, trust fund depletion, that it's hard to see that math working, because where does the money come from? So the plus of this, the pro is talking about what does it mean to invest in the market? How does that look? There are people who are concerned the government's investing. I would remind you that we have a thrift savings plan for government employees. They do a really nice job walling off sort of the political interference. But I realize that is still a challenge we'd have to discuss, because we're talking about a larger bit of money, and that is a hard thing for politicians to, one, not meddle in, and two, if the market does well, what's going to stop them from saying, hey, I want some of that money back to pay for something else? So there are challenges, and that's kind of the con. But the pro is it's looking at the market. The concern that a lot of people have expressed, though, is how do you finance it? So with the trust funds, when we did this in '83, the payroll taxes created a surplus. That surplus money went into the trust fund. Now we're getting to the point where we don't have surplus money. You can't just take you could sell the trust fund today and put it in the market, but it's not going to be enough. We're looking at what you said earlier, a $22 or $23 trillion shortfall on a net present value basis. That's the money I have to put basically in the bank, getting a government return that would allow me to cover the shortfall going for 75 years. If you carry that out and discount it back to a market rate, it's about $2.5 trillion. Do we want to borrow $2.5 trillion today and put it in the market? That is basically what you would have to do to make this work. I'm not sure we could borrow that kind of money anymore. But I will point out, if we don't do anything and we get to 2033, the gap is about a $400 billion gap annually. And given Congress right now, they seem to take the path of least resistance, which is borrowing money. So it looks like they will probably end up in 2033 not raising taxes. I can't see them doing a 25% benefit cut. I could easily see Congress saying, let's just borrow the money, we do it for everything else. The question is, would the market allow that if we get to that point?
So Jason created a safe space for us to discuss the Cassidy proposal. What are your thoughts, Rachel, particularly the borrowing and investing component, which is it's not entirely novel, but in terms of legislative approaches is the newest take, I guess you could say, in the legislative space.
I mean, the borrowing and investing, it is a form of arbitrage. You're hoping that you can get higher returns, and we are now in an environment where we have higher interest rates, and so the real return that you're getting is actually only the market rate minus what you're paying on Treasury. And we're hoping that, the markets would do well, but as Jason could tell you, in Puerto Rico, they tried this too. Detroit tried it as well. They've both gone through bankruptcy, trying to borrow to get your way out of debt. If it doesn't make sense for us to be borrowing to get our way out of our federal debt as a whole, I don't think it makes sense for the Social Security program. But I would like to recognize the benefit of money actually being invested in something positive is huge. And so instead of having this be a government borrowing and putting it in, what about instead allowing individuals, a portion of what they're paying in, or even an additional on top of what they're paying, to be actually owned by them? And the incentives there are just very different. When we look at government pensions, state and local pensions in the U.S., yes, they are benefiting from positive returns, and over a long run, those are always going to be significantly positive, but they've nevertheless accumulated massive shortfalls, magnitude of Social Security, because the incentive is always there to increase benefits and to pay out more. As Jason said, the market does well. Well, let's pay a 13th benefit this year, or let's increase benefits more. And so I think that you will not be able to avoid that with a government ownership.
And I think it's important because Rachel gave me a good segue to talk about individual accounts. So part of this, when Senator Cassidy started floating this idea, interest rates were 0%, 1%, right? So the idea of borrowing at 1% and maybe get an equity premium if you can get 6 or 7 isn't too bad. But if you're now borrowing at 5 and hoping to get 7, 8, you're now playing for the equity premium and you're chasing yield, and that's not a good investment strategy, to your point as well. But we are talking about what does it mean to rethink Social Security? And I think we should rethink what the trust fund is if we're going to maintain it. Because right now, if we don't, and we just go to a pay-as-you-go system, what does that mean? We might have to have some cushion, like a year or two's worth of benefits to allow for fluctuations in the market and for economic recessions. Should that value be put in treasuries? Should it be put in corporate marketable securities? Should it be in a diversified portfolio so you can get a better return over the long run? But we should rethink what that trust fund should look like if we continue to have one past 2033. And then on the new ideas in the private accounts, like we've tried in some ways private accounts, like shifting it, and that's not going to work politically anymore, but there might be a compromise. So I did a paper several years ago with Gary Koenig at AARP and Bill Gale, who was still at Brookings, and we had an idea called start accounts. And basically the idea was we would have a 2 percentage point increase in the payroll tax, which would be 1% on the employer, 1 on the individual, and it would go into a thrift savings type private account for that individual with their name on it, so it was protected, legally theirs, but it would be used to facilitate delayed claiming of Social Security. So if someone went into Social Security age 62 and said, I want to get my benefit, they'd say, great, you've got a start account value of $100,000. We're going to take your age 62 benefit, pay you today, but pull it from the start. And when that start account got to 0, you would then be put in the Social Security program at the delayed age, which would give you a higher monthly benefit that was inflation protected for the rest of your life. And it would be a way to keep the current system in some fashion, have private accounts, some access to the market, and facilitate delayed claiming, all which would help with Social Security and help with individuals' retirement security overall.
So let's stick on the private accounts thing for a moment, because I was going to raise this, and then great minds think alike, or at least our minds did, because both of you raised it on the private accounts notion. Has the political window for that essentially closed, if it was arguably ever open? Obviously we saw in the first Bush administration a real concerted effort to move to a system where private accounts were a part of the Social Security package, and that was, to say the least, not successful. And we did not see a fundamental shift in Social Security at that time. So Rachel, what's your assessment? Jason has a sort of a hybrid idea there that he's discussed, but is the political window even open for some sort of private account function?
I'd like to be optimistic and say that it is, and if anything, I think getting closer to Social Security becoming insolvent or even a broader fiscal crisis will prevent the ability to raise taxes and would potentially open the door for shifting to, instead of tax increases, savings increases, but privately owned. And I think that really does have to be a component going forward, because when we think about how Social Security started small, 2%, never more than 6%, now it's 12.4, needs to take 17.5%. That's a big difference if we're talking about a system that all the money is coming out of workers' paychecks. Well, then what do you need then? Okay, so today we take 12.4% to provide a Social Security benefit that is roughly 40%. If we want to keep that 40% benefit, then workers are going to have to pay 17.5% of their paychecks. Well, if we ask a financial advisor, how much do I need to save for retirement? You need to save 10 to 15%, and that will replace at least 75% of your income. So Social Security is like half or worse than that. So it's not a good deal because the money is never positively invested. And so we do need to shift to a system that enables some form of savings. My proposal for Social Security would address the solvency separately, and you could add on top of that an optional component to build wealth by taking part of your taxes. But I think the other reason we need to get to private accounts is because of the ownership component of it. Social Security was supposed to be insurance for living longer than you expected and outliving your savings. And today, life expectancy has increased, but not across the board for everyone, and there are significant inequities in terms of life expectancy. Unfortunately, two of my colleagues at the Heritage Foundation have passed away within the last couple of years in their late 50s. They paid into the system for decades. They had families. One was not legally married, and in both cases, they get little or nothing out of it. $255 death benefit when you've paid over $100,000 in taxes into this system. And that's the reality. Lower income Americans tend to have lower life expectancies. 1 out of 4 African American men will die between the ages of 45 and 64 when they have paid in all that time and they get nothing out in return. Even the lowest income earner, if they had simply put in what Social Security requires, they could have a retirement account of worth at least $350,000 to pass on to their heirs, and that's something that could help, a grandchild go to college, a child to buy a house. And so that's, to me, why we have to have this private personal savings account as a component of reform going forward.
I think part of this in thinking about, because you mentioned replacement rates, I think it's an important concept. And again, I want to go back to the three-legged stool because I think it's an important metaphor we should be using and reconfiguring for conversations. So Social Security is one of those legs. Was designed to replace about 40% of your income for the average worker, right? So it's a progressive formula, so those who are lower lifetime wage earners get higher replacement rates, not a higher dollar amount, but a higher replacement rate. Higher earners over a lifetime get a lower replacement rate. But think about the stool, right? And the 3 sources of income you can have. Financial advisors, not on the savings side, but suggest when you retire, you should be able to replace about 70 to 80% of your income in retirement. How do you get there? So if Social Security is supposed to be 30 or 40%, you now have a gap of 30 to 40%. For people who are now 65 or in retirement, many of them had a defined benefit pension plan. They got a paycheck when they worked and a paycheck when they retired, and that kind of made up another 30, and then they had their individual savings. That DB plan is now a defined contribution plan. You are kind of on your own, but you're not. You've been saving. So we need to make sure there's greater access, greater personal savings, and we have to help facilitate taking that DC asset and turning it into an income stream. So think now that income is the outcome in retirement. How do we help people with defaults have some sort of maybe partial annuitization or drawdown strategies? So on with Social Security, they're getting the income they need. And this gets to then Rachel's point about a minimum or a flat benefit. If you do something where you raise the higher end and lower the top end, if you're looking for a 70, 80% replacement rate, they might not need 40% from Social Security if they're getting 40, 50% income from their defined contribution plan and personal savings. You could lower that down to lower the replacement rate and still have them be well off in retirement. So we need to think about this holistically as a retirement ecosystem and where income's coming from when we start talking about Social Security, because it's also what do we do with the 401k plan, how do we help facilitate individual savings on top of that? We need to think about the whole ecosystem.
So Rachel, Jason just harkened back again to the three-legged stool. I wonder if you could give us a little bit of your perspective on some of the non-Social Security elements. I mean, clearly we're talking about the solvency of Social Security here, but as Jason points out, we do want to think about retirement security more holistically than just that one program. And so what role do you think employer-sponsored plans and other kind of private savings have in being able to shore up retirement security outside of the context of Social Security?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a huge role, and we have seen great success from the 401k system in the U.S., and as a whole, older Americans are doing better today than they have in any generation in the past. It often gets mismeasured and then wrongly reported. But when you look at it's because it was a survey data that is designed to only capture defined benefit, regular pensions and regular Social Security. And so there was a study that compared what's your income under this metric versus the IRS tax data that actually has your income that you truly are receiving. And it showed that women had 45% higher retirement income. And that is because of these private savings, these 401ks that don't send you a benefit every month, but which you can draw upon as you need. Most people will probably take it out a couple times a year. So we've seen tremendous growth in these, and there are lots of new features that can help Americans just make it simpler to save, and simplicity is huge. So on the employer-sponsored insurance side, automatically enrolling individuals, auto-escalating so that the savings go up a little bit over time. These default life cycle plans so that early in your career you will have a riskier portfolio that will tend to return higher, and then you shift towards a more conservative one in the end. So I think that the employer-sponsored ones are great and are making significant headway there. And then also something like universal savings accounts, so that if you have somebody who doesn't have an employer, or who is bouncing from one to another, or who is lower income and feels like, I don't think I can put this money away now. What if my car breaks down next week? I don't want it locked up. But if you have a universal savings account that you can use for anything, you would be more likely to save in those.
So on this topic of other elements of the three-legged stool, I wanted to ask you both about what you think some of the political implications are for Social Security that come from some of the battles that have happened on other legs of that stool, if you will. My boss, John Arnold, made himself public enemy number one among public employee unions for many years because of his efforts in trying to support reforms for public employees at the state and local level and their pension plans. Jason, do you think there are lessons that we can draw politically for how those things played out at the state level? Because mathematically, a lot of the challenges are very similar. Are there lessons we can learn from that are applicable to Social Security as we fight those fights?
Well, I think you've heard from a lot of the panels this morning that the government only does certain things well and other things very poorly. And I think the lesson we need to think about this is the moral hazard problem, the public finance and public choice problems when thinking about like state and local pension plans, and even to an extent Social Security. When people think the cost of something is free, they ask for more of it. Or they don't feel the full benefit of the cost, they ask for more of it. And we've seen that with state and local pension plans in which a union or representatives go to the government and say, we want a higher salary, say we can't afford it, we can't raise taxes, but we can do this great deal for you, we'll give you a better pension plan. Oh, that sounds fantastic. And they can't pay it. They try to chase yield, they go bankrupt, and that pension plan is underfunded, and then they lose that leg of the stool. I think when we think about the lesson for Social Security, we have to look at how do we make Social Security financially stable for a long period of time, whether it's 75 years, 50, 100, some sort of distance that it's stable. And it's not something that allows people to say, let's just keep raising benefits and we'll figure out how to pay for it later, because that's a challenge. And we've talked about the tax rate. So Rachel mentioned the 12.4% that goes for the Social Security OASDI payroll tax rate right now. She didn't talk about the Medicare tax rate that gets added as well. So now you're at 15.3%. Let's just leave Medicare reform out for a moment because we haven't gotten to that. But something's has to be done on the Medicare side too. But if we wait to 2033 and just do taxes, that's 4 percentage points. Now we're close to a 20% payroll tax rate without considering Medicare. That makes the cost of labor very expensive. And if we're thinking about what AI could or could not do, or the cost of trying to keep all the older workers in the labor force, I think we need to do something that starts looking at different sources of revenue for Social Security. Not people are happy with this. I know Chuck Blahhouse will get mad at me, Andrew might as well, but the point is we rely too much on the payroll tax. We really could be harming workers. We need to find a different revenue source that might make up that difference as part of the overall package of options to consider.
So let's come back to some of the specifics on the revenue side and on the benefit side in a moment. But Rachel, I wanted to ask you on this sort of theme of what we might be able to learn from state pension fights. Do you think that it's going to take a crisis in the way that it did in some of these state and local pension plan systems to get the sort of reforms that were putting them on a trajectory of stability? Do you think it's going to take that, or do we have a chance at addressing it earlier? And again, can we learn something about how these state battles went to inform that?
Well, we've had decades already that we've known that Social Security is becoming insolvent, and I would argue from having been up on the Hill for a while now, it's even more difficult to talk about reform now, so I'm not that optimistic about it happening soon. Logically, it should, and Social Security is actually relatively straightforward. But on the state and locals, there are a lot of, they are massively underfunded, I think to the tune of $7 trillion, and so while a couple of them have implemented positive reforms, which have largely come in the form of shifting out of a defined benefit pension plan that will always have the wrong incentives to pay out more than you have actually taken in. They've shifted to that defined contribution, but there are a lot of them out there still that are, I would say, facing a crisis within the next couple decades, and that's going to affect taxpayers. Some of these states have constitutionally protected pensions, and so they have to simply raise taxes on workers who are already struggling to save for themselves, and then you just have a competition of, are we protecting the public service retirement benefits that tend to be pretty generous at the expense of ordinary Americans trying to save for themselves?
So or they raise property taxes, in which case it's more expensive to live there in general, and people start moving. And we do see people moving now in response to various tax increases.
Right. So let's talk about the tax side of things for a moment. Even just today, with the rates structure as it is prior to any expirations next year of TCJA components, when you add it all up at the federal level, Medicare, state and local income taxes, we have rates that are north of 50%. One of the things you often hear in the context of Social Security is, if we just eliminated the cap, that you could solve this problem, which is not, of course, precisely true. It solves about half the problem, and it does so at the cost of a very, very steep tax hike that would put our top rates north of 65% in some places, which is not just high by U.S. standards, but high by virtually anybody's standards. And so, Rachel, why don't you talk me through your thoughts on the revenue side? In conversations we've had previously, you've noted that one of the big components we need to keep in mind is not sort of killing the golden goose, the economic growth and vitality that we need to be able to chart out a better future, and that obviously tax increases are going to be a hindrance to that, and different structures would have different implications there. So what are your thoughts about the revenue side, and what's your guidance to lawmakers?
Well, there's only so much revenue that can be taken, and we already have massive federal deficits, and we have a huge Social Security shortfall, and Medicare is about twice that. So there are limits to the amount of taxes, but let's simply stick within Social Security, and you can look at the proposals that have been made to significantly increase taxes, whether it's just enough to keep the program solvent or to keep it solvent and increase benefits, versus a more targeted program, similar to shifting to a flat benefit and making some other common sense reforms. And places like the Penn Wharton has a budget model, and they have estimated these things, and they found huge differences in what that means for the economy and thus for people's personal incomes. It's roughly a 6 to 7 percentage point difference in terms of what GDP will be 30 years from now, whether you raise taxes to solve Social Security or whether you make the program smaller. That's about $1.75 trillion difference in GDP, but unfortunately, we talk about trillions a lot. That doesn't mean much to the average person. But think about having $5,000 more for every household every year in America. And so that's the really important thing going forward, is having a Social Security program that will actually help grow the economy. And that's how you can make reform a positive. $22.6 trillion shortfalls, that's saying basically every household has to pay $172,000. But if you do it in a way that makes the economy bigger so that your income is growing, then that $172,000 might not actually be a cost in the long run.
So economic growth papers over a lot of the hardest challenges. So how do we do that, Jason, in the context of the revenue needs that some might assert for Social Security?
Well, I think part of this too is you mentioned this with raising the taxable maximum, which right now I think is $168,600, and that goes up every year when there's a cost of living increase. It increases as well. Just to give you an idea, again, also not answer your question, but the cost of delay. I'm not saying I support this proposal, I just want to give you an idea of what this means. Back when I was the Deputy Commissioner of Social Security and I worked in the trustees' reports, I've signed 3 of them. But to go back to, say, the last days of the Bush administration, the first years of the Obama administration, at that point in time, had we agreed to get rid of the taxable maximum for Social Security, that one policy alone, whether you like it or not, would have solved the 75-year solvency. As Andrew said, now you maybe get half, but that also depends whether or not you want to give people credit for the taxes and the benefit side, because right now we cap the benefits based on the 168. So that would change whether you're getting 40% or more, so you can't just do one policy option now. Taxes, I cannot see us, I can see the rhetoric right now in the narrative. The left is going to say, hey, for 4 pennies on the dollar, we can save Social Security. And the right's going to say, for a 33% tax increase, it's the same thing but a different rhetoric. So now you got to think a little bit more creatively, and I'm still concerned about taxing labor too heavily. You know, President Biden doesn't want to tax anyone making under $400,000 anymore. Whether that's good policy or bad policy, I think the math makes it more challenging. But imagine you want to do something above the $400,000. You don't have to tax them 12.4%. Why not 2 or 3? So we need to be more creative about how we do this, to think about this as a menu, a cafeteria menu of options on revenue, on spending, so that we can get this in order, because we're not going to be able to just do one policy. And Rachel mentioned, I think it's important to point out too, about the insurance value of Social Security, and what are we trying to do with this? And some other, I think Andrew might have mentioned, some other panelists earlier, what is the goal? Are we trying to eliminate poverty? Are we trying to have 7% replacement rate? What is it we want to do with this program? Because right now, like the maximum benefit, and if you guys haven't seen it, I'm going to make a plug for Romina and Cato. They have this great little fact sheet they put out for this event. It's also online. But one of the things that I was struck by, the maximum monthly benefit for an individual on Social Security, $4,873. Let's round up to $5,000. $60,000 a year. I think that keeps you out of poverty. So you start adding in 401ks and everything else. Now you start seeing where you can make some changes a little bit in the revenue and a little bit on the benefit side, where you can bring those up at the bottom, lower those at the top. So it doesn't be flat, but it would be a little bit more flatter. And that could just get you a little bit more on the solvency side. And I think that's where we get to be more creative and then think about how we could lower taxes for older workers so they stay in the labor force. I think some package like that could be bipartisan and might get through.
So let's talk benefit side, which we've touched on, of course, here or there. But Rachel, let me ask you. You know, we discussed earlier your thoughts about a sort of flat benefit structure. What do you make of some of the arguments to make a substantially more progressive benefit structure as a way to try to improve solvency or address other concerns?
I'm all for a more progressive benefit structure, and a flat benefit would be significantly more progressive, and it would actually increase the benefits, as I mentioned, for about a third of workers. And I think that is important because Social Security is not keeping everybody out of poverty. We also have other programs that are having to kick in, like supplemental security income, SNAP, and other things, when the intent was for that program to prevent and alleviate poverty. And so I think that absolutely there should be a role for increasing the benefits at the bottom, but you've got to reduce them at the top. Somebody who's a millionaire is getting that $60,000 benefit. Anybody who's over the cap, that just doesn't make sense. We don't need to be taking that money from workers' paychecks to provide somebody with a benefit that most of them would probably tell you, I don't need this, but they'll nevertheless take it because you earned it. So I think that that's got to be part of the structure going forward, is making it more progressive, but not bigger.
Right. So Jason, what are your thoughts on trying to move toward a more progressive structure?
No, I think it's very important because, again, part of this is going back to what is the intent of the program? Are we trying to do a replacement rate? And if we even do that, we could, again, take high-income individuals and say, look, if you're a millionaire, you're getting enough income, you're getting $200,000 from capital gains, do you need $60,000 from Social Security? So I think we can find some way to cap the benefit structure at some level of 2 times poverty 3. We could pick the number, but the idea is to lower it at the high end. And then Social Security has a minimum benefit that is not kept up with inflation, so no one gets it anymore. It's not meaningful. It doesn't really exist. Let's make sure that there actually is a meaningful benefit for poverty purposes. So again, it would make it more progressive and flatten the top end. I think that's very important. I think that's a selling point we can use in thinking about holistic reforms. And I'd like to find some way, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it on the revenue side, but maybe cutting taxes on the payroll side to make labor more attractive. Because again, from an economist, you want to tax things you don't like and subsidize things you do. I like work and I like savings. Right now we tax them too heavily. And we have certain incentives, and people have talked about the incentive structures and various, you're making some savings more beneficial than others. We incentivize housing consumption. I do not need a mortgage interest deduction, but I will take it because it was offered to me, but the margin doesn't change my buying behavior. So I think we need to think about how we do the structure overall with our tax expenditures, because some are and aren't, some actually level the playing field for taxation, but this goes into how do we make Social Security more progressive, but think holistically about our Social Security and retirement ecosystem and the funding side also becomes very important.
So I want to shift gears for a moment, and Jason, I'm going to pick on you here.
Notice the word pick.
to talk about demographics. Because fundamentally, the challenge that we are facing with Social Security is primarily one of demographics. It's essentially the baby boom. And as baby boomers retire and there are fewer workers, of course, to support them, therein lies the rub. And so when I joked I was going to pick on you, I was just going to point out that Rachel has 6 children, I have 4. We are doing our part.
So between the 3 of us, we have 3, right? So on average, we're perfect.
But Rachel, let me start with you and ask on the demographic side, do you think that there is a role for government in addressing some of those demographic factors, whether it is trying to encourage encourage people to have more children, or obviously immigration is a big part of that conversation as well. What are your thoughts on that as it plays into the Social Security debate?
I think smart immigration policy is very important, and especially as we try to address some of the workforce shortages we have here. And in terms of family policy, I would say enable family formation, not necessarily encourage the government telling you this is how many kids you should have or not have, but how can we make families more free to decide for themselves what is best for them, the number of children, their priorities that they want to pursue. And there are so many things out there right now that are just creating barriers and making it harder for families to be able to get by. Some people will tell you, I didn't have another child because I didn't think that I could afford them. And so if we're talking about hiking Social Security taxes on families, that makes it harder for them to be getting by. And so I think that before we start talking about how can we create a new government program or spend more money, let's talk about how can we break down the existing barriers that are out there, because fertility is a significant part of it. It unfortunately was not supposed to be, as Social Security was primarily supposed to be self-funded in advance, but the reality is that now it is 100% financed by younger workers.
I think it's also, you reminded me of something I think we kind of alluded to, but we haven't actually addressed directly, so I want to direct it, head on. So we've talked about like this peak 65 moment. All these boomers turning 65 or getting older 65, and that's a big issue. But there's a second peak, and that's the millennials. So 2024 is also the peak millennial year, where millennials, about 31 million of them, are basically in their early 30s. So whatever we start thinking about for Social Security reform today or 10 years from now is going to affect them as they start coming up towards retirement. And that brings in this concept of generational equity. So if we raise taxes, they're going to be the ones paying for future beneficiaries. I am 52. I'll be 53 in August, which means when the trust funds are depleted in 2033, I'll be 62. And I'll be the guy up here saying, don't touch my Social Security benefits. You've got a short window to make this work, and we got to think about the generational equity issue, because to Rachel's point, it's becoming more and more expensive to afford the things that we took for granted in some ways. And if we start raising payroll taxes or other taxes to pay for other things, again, you got to think about the entire ecosystem. The millennials and the kids that come behind them, they have a much harder time affording the things that we took for granted and could afford, whether it's housing, education, children, family structures, et cetera.
So what do we think the political implications are of that generational challenge that you just laid out there? The basic kind of political economy problem here has typically been that older Americans are much more likely to vote and are much more active and generally wealthier demographic as well. And that's at least in part a contributor to this. So how do you see helping to sort of break that cycle and maybe raise up some younger voices in this process in a way that perhaps we might have wished happened some years ago but didn't? Rachel, let me start with you there.
That's a tough question. And I think part of it is just the difficulty of having a government that has spent our way, into this massive debt that's essentially equipped younger generations with having to pay for a second mortgage at some point. We haven't had to pay for it yet, and so it seems like it's sustainable. But looking forward, I think on the older demographic side, yes, I earned my benefit, that's mine, and we need to kind of talk about it in a different way in terms of Social Security. Yes, you paid into the system, but we really need to make it a better program for your children and for your grandchildren. Because the reality is, if you went to everybody who's retired today and you said, here's your benefit, you know, tomorrow that benefit has to come only from your children and your grandchildren's paychecks. Would they be willing to continue to take it? Probably 95% of them not. But that's kind of the problem with it being government spending and government program is I earned that and we don't know where it's at, or we don't perceive where it's coming from. And so I think that it needs to be a shift in how we talk about it, both for the older generation and for current workers and younger workers. Just talk about the facts. We have to confront the reality of what it is. And, you know, the 5 facts that Romina put out there, you know, talking about Social Security reform is not having a 21% cut for everybody in the future. You know, recognizing the fact that no, this is not, your money wasn't set aside and it's not in a savings account for you, it's actually coming from the current workers. And so I think just changing the narrative of how we discuss it, and that's very difficult to do because politicians will demagogue anybody who wants to address reform.
Well, it's a third rail for a reason, and there are a lot of folks who've been singed by the third rail. So how do we deal with that and then these sort of generational concerns?
So I think part of this, and Rachel had the point too, this is a very hard conversation to have because of the way the framing and the narrative is gone, and politicians don't want to touch it because the third rail, as you mentioned. And so I'll say 2 things. One, I'll go back to my first statement with the Cassidy plan, is we have to create a safe space for them to have conversations, and actually we can have meaningful hearings. Right now you go have a hearing, and the testimony is basically, you might have one expert, or you basically get a bunch of advocates who don't want to actually talk about facts, and they just push partisan talking points. They literally write off a page that's written for them. We need to create a safe space so we can talk about what the role of Social Security is and our major programs, and talk again about social insurance. I mean, there's many times I'd be on an airplane when I was at Social Security, and someone next to me like, oh, you work for Social Security. I want to see that. Well, it's going to be bankrupt. No, it's not. Here's the story. I'm like, oh, do you know it's also a disability program? Like, disability? I didn't know that at all. So part of it is talking about insurance and what does insurance mean when someone says, I'm entitled to it. Well, you pay home insurance, you pay car insurance. Are you going to go to State Farm and say, look, I paid all this insurance on my house, I didn't get anything from it, so give me my money back or I'm going to burn my house down? No, it's an insurance program. Insurance means you basically pay for something that has a high cost but a low probability. Now we have a high cost, high probability system when it comes to retirement. So we need to have a conversation about how we tweak that and get back to, in some ways, what is an insurance program, what are we trying to cover, and how do we afford it?
So I do want to prompt our audience, both here in the room and afar, that if you have questions, we do have mics here in the room that we can get around to you. And I'll just, while we're doing that, we have a question here, I'll get to you in just a second, sir. Is sort of a personal note on Social Security. I often point out that, you know, as a millennial, I'm a part of the generation that a lot of folks sort of, it's perhaps a glib statement, but this notion that, well, Social Security won't be around for me and I won't count on it. And now that's probably true, and I didn't give it a whole lot of thought other than my own policy concerns earlier in my life. But now with male pattern baldness and unexplained knee pain, I suddenly have a newfound interest in the program. And so I'm thinking about it more myself individually, and so that's perhaps the nature of things. But we have a question from the audience here, sir.
Polzer, started a project called the Center on Capital and Social Equity. I wanted to thank Rachel very much for mentioning low-wage workers and the longevity issue, which you uniquely did at this conference. And I've been writing about individual accounts, and I just want to broach the idea of reframing that so that it can be discussed politically. Right now, you're kind of left with the residual from the Bush years of chipping away Social Security to get money to have an individual account. Democrats will not accept that. But you have, where the opportunity is on the 401k side, where half of the people don't have an account or significant savings. So you could add a sort of a FEHP system there. When you get your Social Security card, you automatically get a few $100s from the government. You get used to saving, and then shift some, and it would be a lot easier to finance. You got $300 billion going into subsidizing 401ks, mostly for the upper income people. Move 30 or 40 billion down to the bottom, and you will end up with a supplement to Social Security after 34 years, financed by Wall Street. I mean, you're going to run up against the ERISA lobby, but that's the kind of way I think it could be discussed. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for listening to all that.
Rachel, you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea, education-wise, financial well-being-wise, to start early, to have some form of account. And nowadays, when we all have phones that you can look at and easily access, see what's there, watch it grow over time, simply the education part of that would be worth it alone, but then it's actual money that you have. And, the behavioral economics of it is that over time, if you see that grow, and if it's an account that is not locked up, I think that's particularly important for lower income Americans to have access to it for whatever need arises. And inevitably, they won't take it out unless they really need it for the most part, and so it will grow over time. And I think that that's something that we could, start to look for ways that you could fund it. I would say that the treatment of retirement savings is not so much tax preferred today, but just we only tax it once. But other ways that you could come up with, a jump start account.
So I want to grab a question that we have from one of our viewers, Dan, who has a fun idea that I wanted to throw out there. And Jason, I'll ask you this one first, which is, for current beneficiaries, should we offer some sort of a buyout? He suggests 50 to 75% of present value of the future stream of Social Security payments. Should we be thinking about buying people out?
So this is in something like other scholars have mentioned too, about doing something like a bonus payout to reduce benefit payment over time. If you take some lump sum today, a lump sum option. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's opportunity costs and trade-offs. So to put it on the table for discussion, I think everything should be on the table. We talk about the ideas, but the thing is, who'd be more likely to take it? You could have really wealthy individuals saying, wow, I get to take more money today, lump sum, I'll invest it and do better. So they probably take off, and if it helps the trust fund, maybe it's worthwhile. But you could have lower income workers who also take it, but then don't have enough money if they live longer in retirement, and then they're destitute, and we've done a bad service to them. So I think we need to walk through what the consequences are and who would take it, what that would look like. But trying to figure out some way to help solvency and help people save for retirement should be on the table, and some of that's a lump sum option. It's not one of my preferred policy options, but I'm not opposed to thinking about how it would look, but it depends on who would take it and what they would do with it.
This is something that I've actually proposed. There's the solvency components of reform, but then also it would be an optional, essentially a buyout. And so say you are 40 years old and you've been paying into the system, you're kind of frozen in place. You've earned a benefit that is payable to date, but then going forward, if you want to have some of your taxes go into a personal account, you would have that option. At the beginning, it would be roughly half. What you're currently coming out of your paycheck would go into your own personal account. What the employer is paying will go to the system. So it's making the system better off because there's no liability accruing going forward. So it's, in most cases, going to be a win-win, probably all cases, because the reality is even taking half of what Social Security is paying and having it be invested in something that grows over time, even for the lowest income workers, is going to result in them having more money. And, oh, by the way, they own it. And so if they die before they ever were eligible or 5 years after, at least it's something that's there for their children.
And that's a little bit more of a creative idea, thinking holistically about retirement security, that I appreciate. Because one is you could take younger workers, not necessarily older ones who already paid in, but that could be an option too. But with younger workers, you're now saying there's still going to be Social Security for you, but it's going to be half the benefit. So there's still some protection, but now we're going to let you put something else into the market that has growth. So holistically, overall, everyone's better off.
So let me, I believe we had one more question from the audience back here. Sir, if you want to keep your protest statement in the form of a question so we can get through it. And then I have one question I'd like to close with. Go ahead, sir.
Tyler Bond, National Institute on Retirement Security. Rachel, so you conceded when talking about transitioning to a flat benefit that it would take 2 to 3 decades probably to make that transition. And I'm assuming that going along with that, you would eventually want to reduce the payroll taxes, right? So you're funding a smaller benefit with smaller revenue coming into the system. But the system needs revenue now. So how would you manage that tension between bringing money into the system now to eventually down the road transitioning to a smaller flat benefit with less of a payroll tax feeding into the system?
Mm-hmm. And so this is something just talking about the transition costs of getting towards that new system. If you did it today, it's a lot easier and they're going to be much lower transition costs. In the end, you come out ahead with solvency, but yes, there might be some need whenever the trust fund reaches insolvency and you haven't yet started potentially not yet started, reducing some of those upper income benefits and increasing the bottom benefits, then you could talk about different options. One of them would be borrowing money, a general revenue transfer.
So in the few moments that we have left here, I want to prompt both of you to think positively. I try to be more optimistic about things. And so, I note that despite programs like, for example, the Earned Income Tax Credit, with the Earned Income Tax Credit, we have improper payment rates that are approaching 40% in some cases. And yet in the Social Security world, we have $1.4 trillion worth of payments to some 70 million people that are going out, and improper payment rates are in the single digits, and in some components of the program as low as just the 1%. And so that's one element of things that is working better than at least some other areas of government. We don't want to get too excited about it, but let me ask you both about something that you are optimistic about or you think is working well in Social Security or broader reform conversations. Jason, let's start with you.
Well, I mean, you mentioned improper payments, and that does not necessarily mean fraud, right? So with the EITC, it's a very complicated thing to fill out, and you're asking lower-income Americans sometimes to fill it out, and they make a math mistake. So some is fraud, and we should definitely make sure we go after fraud. The difference, I worked for both agencies at one point in time, the IRS and Social Security. So I've worked for the most hated agency in the government and the most liked. There's an obvious difference. One takes your money and one gives you money. And you can tell which one likes and which one is hated. And I think with Social Security, because the benefit is a formula that is designed and base doesn't change, it's easy to sort of make payments, and the improper payments are if someone dies and you don't get the information back that the person's deceased and the payment keeps going. Where with the IRS, they got to keep up every year with sort of changing income, changing policies, changing dynamics of demographics and marriage and kids. Complexity breeds complexity and breeds improper payments. So keep things simple, and that should be sort of what we think about what we should do with reform as well. Social Security is doing an amazing job in some ways administering the program. They have some problems. The DI is still a complicated issue, but I think we should take sort of faith in knowing that the agency is trying to do their best, and we should find ways to help them, but hold them accountable for those efforts as well.
Rachel, what are you optimistic about?
I am optimistic that the reality is that Social Security is solvable. There are some really common sense things that can be done that can improve the system for those who need it most, and that can improve the economy and improve personal incomes in the long run. The difficulty is the politics, and I hope that we can get past that before we hit a fiscal crisis.
Well, thank you for that. I'd add my own note of optimism there that as much as it's easy to get wrapped around the axle on the details, many of which are negative, that I too am optimistic that this is a solvable problem, and that the great wealth engine that is the American economy is a thing that will help us to continue to solve that. So with that, I'm going to close things out with a thank you to both of our panelists, Jason and Rachel, and just a note of personal privilege that it's fun for me to be here as a former Cato intern once upon a time, to be back in the, it's a much fancier, newer conference room than when I was here. But thank you to our hosts.